evil blanket fish has awoken.
Alright. Looks like all of our sound is coming in. Let's get our light on. And it's still just... I don't know what changed in my camera, but lately that my actual lighting is making me look very yellow. Change setting. Guess we can just go with that one. But anyway, it is Sunday, which means we're also starting earlier than usual. Doing our Sunday replay. Go ahead and get the game started. We are continuing with day 3 of Magna Carta, Tears of Blood. Hey, Jenstuck, how have you been? Yeah, I usually stream really late. I usually don't start till, like, I'm in Central Time Zone, so I usually don't start till 2 a.m. Sunday, I start earlier. It's 10 p.m. for me right now. Basically Sunday, I'm just playing older games that I've played before, but I don't remember anymore. Whereas every other day, on my usual 2 a.m. start time, I'm playing stuff that I haven't played before. But how have you been doing? Go ahead and skip that song since it's pretty bad. I played it on the first stream when we started doing this. Yeah, it's pretty bad. Yeah, I always really liked the battle system in this one. I just I didn't remember much of it, which is why I decided to go ahead and give it a replay on Sundays. But it's got one of those battle systems that I really like that's got like a rhythm timing element to it, like Legend of Dragoon or Shadow Hearts. Let me see. I can actually turn. Yeah, the battle system in this is really interesting because it also, like, they have style. It's really hard to explain. Like, everybody has styles that they learn, and each style has like a succession of like 4 or 5 moves in it, or 3 to 5 actually. There's one guy that only has 3. And as you get the button combos down, it'll move to the next one. And each one has an element to it. And where you're, like, whatever level you're fighting in, the environment has, like, certain amount of that element just in the environment that you use up in order to do your moves. And if that certain bit of element in the environment is gone, you can't use those moves anymore. and it's not it's not really. It's got an active time bar. It's got it's like an active time battle, kind of like the Super Nintendo Final Fantasies and like well, yeah, Super Nintendo and PlayStation Final Fantasies. But you don't. Every time your bar fills up, you can choose which character you use. So it's in your best interest to use one character so that every time you give a turn, they go further into their move list and get to their stronger moves. And you're actually... So, as far as party building, what you're looking for is you're looking for picking your characters in your party that have diverse elements in their styles, so that if one element runs out, you have someone else that you can use until it starts to naturally regenerate. Also, there's no random encounters. They are on screen. Let's see if I can... There's like 2 modes you can travel in on dungeons. There's like... You see the little kind of area around me? That's kind of your sight range, your detect range. So here you can move fast, but you have no detect range, so any enemy you pop into that sees you is going to be a surprise attack. Whereas here you walk slowly, but you have more of a detect range. So, like there, an enemy just showed up on the minimap. So now I can try to actually get a surprise attack on it.
Let's finish this quickly.
So see, that's the first move. This is his second. Like his first, like you can see all the elements in the top left of the screen. The first one uses air. The second one uses heaven, the third one uses air, and the last one uses heaven. And as you use them, the amount, like the damage is kind of boosted by how much of that element is in the environment, and every time you use a move of that element, it goes down a little bit. And then it's just... Oh man, I targeted the wrong one.
It was over before it started.
I still killed it. And then how fast your turn gauge builds up is dependent on a stat that every character has called charisma. So it kind of takes the sum of all your characters' charisma, and that's how fast your bar fills up. So if one of your characters is immobilized or dead, it'll fill up slower, and same goes for enemies. So eliminating them, like right there, I can't use this move because that element is empty. So I'll have to switch to the third move in the style that he had before, which still has some.
It was over before it started.
And now it regenerated a little bit, so I can go back to the fourth move.
It was over before it started. All too easy.
But it's an interesting battle system, and it is kind of swingy though, because like I said about how if characters are either dead or disabled in some way, you lose their contribution of charisma to your how fast your turn gauge builds. So you can get into points where the enemies are getting like 2 or 3 turns on you if the battle goes bad for every one of yours, and it's at that point it gets really hard to come back from. So it is a little swingy, but it's interesting and I really like it. Yeah, it kind of went under the radar Because technically this isn't a JRPG. This is I mean, it's JRPG style, but it was a Korean. There's actually 3 of them. The first one, which was Phantom of Avalanche, was on the PC and never got released outside of Korea. This is the second one on PS2. And then there's a Magna Carta 2 that was released on Xbox 360, which I have. I just don't have a 360 to play it on. This is where I first met her. She was trying to go to Remy from Ababat, and she ended up in Aristine because she got lost. She was always bad with directions. Let's look for what she left you. So is this a town or a dungeon? It's still a dungeon.
Let's do our best.
Like, I do remember one of the reasons why I liked it so much, because it was just something that was, like, for me, it was always a big deal around the PS2 era. Like, ever since Final Fantasy VII, I was always looking for games that had really flashy, you know, over-the-top attack animations. That was like a big plus for me. So, I love this game for that. It's not as big a deal to me anymore, but I still appreciate it. But back then, at the time when I played this game, that was like a huge selling point for me, was if the game had, you know, these really big over-the-top attack animations, which this just has all over the place.
That all?
And I haven't gotten to the point to where I've run out of slots for them, but as far, I think every character can have up to 3 styles equipped, which right now this character is the only one that does have 3, so I haven't gotten to the point where I've had to actually choose between them. So that's just to help you in diversifying what elements you're using in case they ran out. Like, 2 of his styles use fire and lightning, which I've already depleted. So now I can go to this one, which uses mountain and earth. Unfortunately, this is the weakest one because this is the one that started with.
That all? That was a joke.
And I think I still need to learn his last one. Because his newest style actually has 5 attacks in it. And the way that you learn new attacks and style is you have to get yourself to whichever is the highest attack in there that you've learned so far. And then you have to get a perfect on the actual ring to activate it, which means hitting all 3, you know, right. Getting it to say great on all 3 when you're actually inputting it. And then from there, there's a chance that they'll learn the next move. Like a tiny little bit of like a Saga influence there. But yeah, you get a perfect input on whichever is the highest that you've learned so far, and there's a chance they'll learn the next one until they actually master it. Which, I've got everything for everybody mastered right now except that newest style for the character I was just using, Heron. That new style he has 5 moves in it. Alright, gents, I'll see you in a bit. Topaz ring. Unfortunately, you do have to look at the mini-map more than anything else, because it's got pre-rendered backgrounds. So a lot of times, they really like putting the camera towards your character instead of letting you see what's ahead of you. I think that might have been a poorly made aesthetic choice. They want you to look at the front of your character rather than the back, and in doing so, a lot of times you can't see the enemies that are in front of you without looking at the minimap.
Wow, that was amazing!
That all? That all? That's that.
I actually need to check to see what... because I do need to learn his last one. So, fire, fire, lightning, lightning. Which means if I'm gonna try to learn it, I'm gonna need the majority of lightning. I also need fire just to be able to get up to the lightning, because right now one fire and it's used up. Yeah, so this is the tough decision. What do I use? Guess I can use lightning. At the very least there, I still have 3 items to replenish fire chi. So that's at least 3 battles that I can use those to get the fire back up. Give me a chance at learning his 5th.
Let's finish this.
Time to bust some heads! Don't make me laugh.
Replenish fire, and then we can use that. Lightning is good because we changed the lantern. Try to get to learn his doing. Assuming they survive, do the next 2 attacks to give me a shot at learning the 5th. They may just each get 1 shot. So I'll have at least 1 chance. And got it.
You ain't gonna know what hit you. That all?
So now we can actually get to see what his 5th move in this style is.
I'll knock you into next week. That all? That was a joke.
I think some of the earlier ones in that style are actually more impressive looking. But yeah, he's already level 20. And since we basically had him in there because I kept trying to learn that, and now that we have, pop someone else in. So we can get Chris up. Even though I don't really plan on using him too much. Unless I have to. Probably isn't the right way to go, but let's see. This doesn't look suspicious at all. Here it is. Did you keep your promise to come early to find your present? If you're reading this letter, then that means you did. I'm glad. This is where we met for the first time. I'm horrible with directions, and I was surprised that you patiently showed me the way to Remy. At first, you brushed me off, but then you changed your mind. It'd be disgusting if I found your dead body along the road, you said. I was shocked, but then I realized you just weren't very good at expressing yourself. It was cold out and raining pretty hard, yet you lent me your coat. Thank you. This isn't much, but consider it a token of my gratitude. Sorry you had to wait 4 years for it, though. I went to a lot of trouble to make this for you, so take good care of it. In 2 years, it'll be there with you, and then I'll make you say thank you. You better not say it's too embarrassing, or I'll never forgive you. Well, go on ahead. Take your time. Nah, it's cool. This is just another place now. I didn't need to come here to remember her. How much better are they than what I've already got? 21 points. Damn, they lower his charisma by a lot, though. $21 points of attack versus 10 points of how fast the turn gauge fills. It's kind of a tough decision. Go this way? No. Let's see if there's anything over here down this long path. Hey, for once they actually let you see in front of you.
Everyone, follow me! Wow! You're almost as good as me!
To make sure we kill this guy. So unfortunately, one of the side effects of changing that lantern to fire from air in order to learn Heron's
It was over before it started.
move is now Callance's are significantly weaker.
Is that the best you can do? It was over before it started.
I'll actually probably take him out of the party in a bit.
It was over before it started.
He's about to hit 20 also.
All too easy.
Go. We'll level up. We'll have Azel be our go-to guy for a little bit here. Somebody still needed that. Got all this cleared for a way. So we'll run back from here. I think it's right around where this loop turns was as far as we made it before we turned back. Right about here. Let's go back to detect mode. I was about to say, did I miss that? But no, I I opened it already. It's actually really pretty for a PS2 game.
Everyone, follow me!
Okay. Yeah, his ice. There's plenty of water. I believe he's ice water, ice water. Yeah, there's a lot of water, so this ought to be better style to use.
I did it!
Also need to practice his combo more.
Wow! You're almost as good as me!
I still drop imports for it a lot since it's kind of jumps around a lot.
I did it!
Yeah, let's give this a shot. Damn it, I missed it on the last one. One more time.
You can't escape! Swallow Slash! I did it!
That reminds me, now that I mastered that new style of
Piece of
Heron,
cake.
he has a combo too. Except his is gonna be even longer. Because he has 5 moves in it. That's that's gonna be, yeah, that's gonna be hard. But I'll try it later. Like I said, he's level 20. These other guys need some experience. Does anybody want to talk? Just realized I did not turn on the bot. go ahead and do that. There might be one more enemy before we get out of here. Yep, so I figured there'd be one right about here. Nice little open area right after that bridge for there to be one patrolling around.
Everyone ready?
I want to take care of those guys first because their attack can paralyze. As I said before, when a character is immobilized or taken out of the fight like that, it slows down your ATB, so keeping them alive and allowing them to possibly do that on an attack can really turn the battle against you quick.
I did it! All right, let's keep it up. I did it!
Let's go for a combo again, because we need more practice at it. It's too late. Damn it. Going too slow.
You asked for it.
Finish logging into the bot during this animation.
I did it! Piece of cake.
Alright, there we go. Unfortunately, today decided that today, the day that I forget to do this before stream, is the day that I have to re-verify to log in. Bot's back up on. And we just stare at the hypnotizing loading screen because he has 2 loading times. got that literally the second before it noticed me.
Everyone, follow me!
All right, let's keep it up.
Looks like this one has a lot less ice and water in it. May have to switch back to his first style. That one's got heaven and air.
I did it!
Yeah, that's one of the big things that they're going for in the 5 is to have like almost no loading times on games. Like the SSD and the RAM are top of the line for that reason. Like apparently they want everything to be seamless that generation.
I did it! Not bad, right, Captain?
I guess depending on how developers use that, for certain game types that could definitely be really good. Especially like open world style games. He needs to heal. I honestly haven't looked too much into the PS5 specs, but I remember reading about that was their big push for this generation, was to completely cut down and eliminate load times as much as possible. And it shows in the architecture. I don't remember how powerful the actual graphics of the CPU are, but I remember that the SSD and the RAM stuck out a lot because that's what they were going for.
Everyone, follow me!
Are you all right?
Just enough to kill him.
I did it!
Which one am I targeting? Let's get him first.
Wow! You're almost as good as me! I did it!
Damn it. Didn't press the button fast enough. I guess let's heal before we go.
Now that's the stuff. Now, you know you need me.
Should have buffed it with the Trinity Gauge. That would have finished him off in one. Well, there's already games with no noticeable load time, but they use tricks to get around the load times, like a hallway that's just a little bit longer than it should be, so that they can be loading the next area while you're going through the hallway. Like, there's already tricks that
Not
some
bad,
games
right,
use
Captain?
to not have to have load times. So, essentially, like with this, they probably could get down to 0 load time while still using a couple of those tricks. Like, maybe the loading hallways won't have to be as long. They'll be a little more, like, make a little more architectural sense. But they could still use minor tricks to keep the load times to 0. Yeah. Of course, I don't know if they're shooting for 60 FPS. They've always seemed to, ever since the PS3 generation, like, I don't think it was really ever talked about that much in PS2, but PS3 and PS4 generation, they've always been pretty firm in sticking to 30 is good enough, so they might still be going with that. Like I said, I haven't looked too much into it, but they still might be sticking with their, you know, make it look as pretty as possible and keep a stable 30. Does anybody want to talk? Looks like it's still a no. But, I mean, 0 load times with 60 FPS would be amazing. I just don't know if that's what they're shooting for. All I know is they had that, now that they have that thing of Miles Morales with Spider-Cat in his backpack, and then with Persona 5 Joker having Morgana in the backpack, I want to know when someone is going to start selling backpacks that you can have your cat in. Like if it worked, I'd put my cat and carry him around. They'd have to make it somehow so that it's comfortable for them, but someone could crack the code. I'd buy one. so far so good. I still think I may want to move Maya away so she's not an actual target. But so far they seem to be focusing on Zell.
A lucky hit. I did it!
Let's get rid of him. Let's actually use Trinity Drive and get rid of him.
I did it!
Now that's the stuff.
The newer game that I've been playing is Mary Skelter Nightmares. But, you know, if you just want to take a look, I've always got them on VOD, or I upload the VODs to YouTube also. But usually at 6, I don't know how busy you are when you wake up, but at 6 a.m. I'm still going.
Now,
I usually
that's
quit
the
around
stuff.
8 a.m. So if nothing else, you can probably stop by and say hi at the tail end of the streams.
I did it! Not bad, right, Captain?
Did I go down here? I'm blanking. Yeah, I think it did. Yeah, dude, that's an open treasure chest. I came down here already. But yeah, right now I'm on Mary Skelter Nightmares as the like late night main game, and I think in probably about 3 or 4 days I'll be done with that. And the next one got redeemed by another viewer. It's going to be Bug Fables, which is a indie game on Steam.
Everyone, follow me!
Everybody says it's similar to Paper Mario.
All right, let's keep it up.
Actually worked out. I honestly don't know what it is I have on him equipped that's having him poison everything. Let's take a look at that. It might just be the sword. I think I gave him a new sword recently, and I don't remember checking if it had anything besides just more attack power. I have it, but I haven't played any of them yet. I was actually at some point, I might start it up after I do Yakuza 7 when that comes out, because I've been waiting for that. But I wanted to do like a whole Yoko Taro marathon, which would be Drakengard 1, 3, and then Nier and Nier Automata. So I have them, but I haven't played Drakengard 3 yet.
I did it! Not bad, right, Captain?
But I've heard a lot of good and bad about it. But I still want to play it myself to see.
Everyone, follow me!
Yeah, it's definitely going to be the next... It's definitely going to be the next series that I do like a little mini marathon on, which the last one I did was Vanillaware, right before 13 Sentinels came out. I'm just not sure when. It'll probably be... I'm thinking maybe shortly after I do Yakuza Like a Dragon in mid-November.
I did it! That
one I've been really looking forward to. I already love the Yakuza games, and that one's going full JRPG. Turn-based combat, job system, everything. Which I've always argued with people that Yakuza is a JRPG, and now there's no denying it with this one.
I did it!
But yeah, the four, with the exception of Drakengard 2, which was done by someone else, like the Drakengard and Nier games, all the ones that Yoko Taro did, I have been wanting to do like a run-through of all of them. So that's coming soon. Turn around. There we go.
Everyone, follow me!
Yeah, because I've tried a little bit of the first Drakengard. I was just testing it out. At the time I was testing it out on an emulator, and yeah, the combat is a little clunky. I've since then actually bought a physical copy for PS2, so I'm kinda prepared for the clunky combat in that one since I tried it a little bit. And the thing that I keep hearing about Drakengard 3 on the PS3 is that there's a lot of slowdown in it. Like, that's a big complaint I always hear. But everybody keeps saying that for both of them, like, you play them for the story, that the story is amazing. And then, of course, Nier and Nier Automata,
Piece of
everybody
cake.
just agrees that those are both great games. Next area. We finally hitting a town, or we have another field? I guess this is goodbye for now. I'm sure you'll be fine, but be careful. Take care of Wreath. There is no need to worry. It is my duty to protect Wreath. Hey, you should take this. What is it? It's a flare. Whenever you're in danger, aim it towards the sky and shoot it. Then we'll come save you. Are you sure this will work? Come on, baby, this is me you're talking about here. Cold Demeter sends chills down my spine. Urgh. Get used to it. After we're done, let's meet back at headquarters. Haha. Urgh. Just be careful. Yeah, Callens, you too. Thanks. And I'll be careful too. Anyway, we should head out to the Azure Wings head office. Oh, I thought I could actually change them. They just wanted me to see who the two parties were. Why do you search for her so desperately? I'd like a reasonable explanation. As long as I don't bring her here, there is nothing to talk about. This is a top-secret mission from our leaders. What about Her Majesty? Does she not know of this? She'll never know of this. If this information were to reach her, I might need to kill you. Are you serious? This is for the sake of all of Yasa. I cannot rely on Karyana Azadi. It's an important mission. I can only rely on you. Are you still not satisfied with my explanation? It will suffice. Alright. You were there during the forbidden magic. I was. Ugh, it's gonna be one of those towns. Every 5 steps, the camera has to switch. This is so annoying. Get out of here. This is my home. Well, luckily for you, there's nothing here for me to rob, so I'll leave. over here? Welcome. Where are you headed? The Nosen Library in the Entrance Desert. The Entrance Desert? Excuse me, you're joking, right? That is a dangerous place. Regardless, we still need to go there. What's this? It's definitely going to cost you. Somewhere in the neighborhood of about 10,000 Sid. What? Why so expensive? It's a long way to the Entrance Desert, not to mention the danger involved. This is friggin' highway robbery. What kind of business are you running here? You'll have to excuse my burly friend here. He's just sore that he gambled all his money away yesterday. I knew it was expensive, but didn't expect it to be that much. Damn, think we would have been better off riding in your great whatever you call it. Oh, now you finally recognize my skills. I wonder if there's any way to use the Azure Wings. Do I have the money? Wait, do I have? Less than half. I've only got 4,300. But if it's a plot point, they probably wouldn't let me pay for it even if I did have the money. But that is funny, though, in some games when you overgrind like that, and they're like, oh, yes, if you want to continue forward in your quest, you have to use this much money. It's like, got it right here. No, 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 we're not spending that. We need to go talk to so-and-so. It's like, but I have the money right here. Just let me go. Damn camera angle. And again. Just staring at the little pinwheel. Okay, good. Right direction. So this is the screen with the merchants. Okay, so those are way weaker than what he's got. But I think I have what I need to upgrade them. So let's give that a shot. not gonna lie, I feel a little bad considering we literally just found those gloves in that letter from his dead wife and we're already replacing them. So that just leads out of town. This town is a little too big for its own good. Money. What can I sell? There we go. Everybody equipped. And I managed to do it without selling Heron's dead wife's gift. But like I said, I do feel bad that we're already replacing it as his actual weapon. So, the question is, where the hell am I supposed to go? Because, yeah, this town's way too big. Because I will say, that is something that I never really was fond of in old JRPGs, is the big towns that you have to walk around in, especially the ones where you have different screens that have to load like this. It just felt like a chore trying to get to anything. I know a lot of people complain about, you know, no overworld map, everything just being menus, like you go to a town, it's just a menu of the different area, like the shops and the inns and everything else, and the world map being the same, of just being a menu of where to go to. And while the no overworld part does bother me a little bit, I definitely am not bothered by the menu interface for a town. Like, just give me a fast way to get to the points of interest, and that's it. As your wings, if you really need it, I can pull some strings and have one assigned to you. That's not necessary. I'll find another way. If you need help, just ask. Don't be stubborn. It's no big deal, really. I guess that's just how I am. You've always been tough, but don't be afraid to ask for help. I'm serious. I know. I'll talk to you later. What's the secret mission about? I can't tell you right now. It's the General's orders. You've been acting strange lately. What you're doing must be dangerous, huh? Not really. You don't need to worry. I see. Now excuse me for asking. Okay, so I don't think that did anything. Alright. Let me just look it up since I won't be farting around here for God knows how long. Okay, that's... Alright. This sounds like it is not going to be fun. We apparently have to do a very small trading game to get an item that we can trade to the guy to get on the ship. Also, apparently there is even more south than this. Which means that this city is even bigger than I thought it was. Yeah. Unfortunately, every game, when you replay it, always has those certain spots that you'd rather not do again. I think this may be one of those spots. Facing the entrance to Felbrin, swear that's right, man. Speak to the woman against the building to the right, and she will sell you a star-shaped. Okay, so that should be her. Or not. You. Return to North Notia with the star-shaped candy and give it to a young boy standing near the South Notia entrance. He will give you an air grill. Now that you have the air grill, return to the Azure Wings pilot and give the air grill to them. Yeah. So not too long, but it's more so just the fact that the city is so big. Like, if you don't have a... If you didn't have an FAQ for this, like, there's just traveling the city talking to everyone. Because so far the NPCs in this game don't ever say anything particularly interesting. That may just be lazy localization or something, I don't know. But yeah, to suddenly, after 15, 16 hours in the game, you have to go through a giant city and just talk to people until you get a random item and then know that you're supposed to go trade it to someone else. Like, nothing's marked on the map, no indication of what you're supposed to do. Like, at this, were it not for me looking it up in the FAQ, I probably would have just gone to go farm out the money. And the constant camera angle changes, they're just jarring. So now we have to head back to that Azure Wings guy and give him this air grill. Luckily, the trading game was short. It was only 3 steps. Could have been much worse if that were longer, having to... Like, if they made it longer to where you have to go through every nook and cranny of this city, that would have been really annoying. Where's the inn in this town? I'm not seeing it anywhere. Like, so far, that was the only building I've seen that you can go into, and that's just some dude's house. Were you able to collect the fee? I have this air grill. I was wondering if you can give me a deal with this. Wow, this is rare. Yes, this will do. We need time to prepare, so we'll be leaving tomorrow.
Are you alright?
I need some of that medicine. Oh, it hurts.
Okay, don't worry. But I'll have to go get it. Just hang on until I get back.
Got a sinister tone at the end there. Sandstorm is worse than I anticipated. It's too dangerous. What? It's impossible with this ship. You can still turn back. And we crash. Damn, why are we always so unlucky? Come on, man, where's your sense of adventure? Phew, it's so hot. There's no way we can walk to the library from here. We need to get moving. We won't last long out here without water. I so knew this was gonna happen. We're gonna need to get through this sandstorm. What are you babbling about? Yeah, it's our only hope. We have no time to waste. Hey guys, we need to go to E4. There's one way to get to the Nosen Library. everybody's full anyway, but just in case, go ahead and spend the night. Now we'll see if anybody's actually wanting to talk. I think by now they should be. Alright, let's look up the answers, because I've messed this up so many times. I wonder if Wreath is alright. Okay, first answer, Azel increased greatly, Chris increased. Second answer, Azel decreased greatly, Heron increased greatly. I mean, Heron has always been hard to get trust with. Let's work on him a bit. Ionis. First answer. Ionis decreased, Chris increased greatly. Second answer, Ionis increased greatly, Azel increased. So the second one's just positive all around. Heron. Merc, eh? First answer, Heron increased, Chris increased. Second answer, Heron increased greatly. Are you going to stop by Felicia's grave? Nah, I don't want to reopen old wounds. Man, I've always been popular with the ladies for as long as I can remember. Lovely Teresa, innocent Angelica, sexy Martina. Such a sweet memories. Okay, first one, Chris increased greatly, Heron increased greatly, Azel increased. Second one, Chris increased greatly, and Maya increased greatly. So yeah, like I said, we're gonna work on Heron. Hello? You listen to? Don't ignore me, please. Those all the chicks that dumped you. Really quiet. Captain doesn't even want to hear it. Just look at his face. All you ever think about is the captain. That's why you can't get yourself a girlfriend now. Really? How about you, Chris? Ouch, that must have hurt. Okay, so Heron's at 1.5 already. 1.5. Let's see if we can get Chris up with Maya too. Oh wait, no, she didn't have anything. Alright, so that's all the trust building. Go ahead and save again. Play the watch the bar fill up in chunks game. Ugh. I'm not tired, but I'm yawning a lot. If you're careless and you wander into the Enchest Desert, you may never come out. I'm saying it goes on forever. I heard if you have a certain item, you can make it through easily. What was it called? I don't remember. I don't have it here anyway. Please, take a look at my merchandise. Damn it. I just finished buying better swords. Now he's gotten even better with them. Now, why is a practice sword better than an assault sword? By 13 points. Sense does not make. Training here at Hakusho Dojo to obtain the Daichi Myakudo style. Do you want to train with me? Alright, so we got another string of training. In order to pass the beginner course, you must destroy a stone pillar with one strike. Note that only members who can use martial arts may be trained in the Daichi Myakudo style.
All right, let's give him. That all? That was a joke.
Pretty sure I don't have the money for the next training. Yeah, I'm already short. So I'm gonna have to remember where this is and come back. That's already a 4th style for Heron. He's already above everybody else at 3. And that definitely will come into play, because I remember you can only have 3 styles set. But if I had to take a guess, I'd say this one's probably also Mountain and Earth, which means I'll just replace his first one.
Everyone ready?
Keep it up.
I did it!
Yeah, there's almost no heaven in this place. There's air, but no heaven. I only had 1 move's worth. It does seem that the enemies are fairly weak. take that back. The cactuses are fairly weak. And this guy is using up air also. There's 0 ice or water, obviously, because it's the desert.
I did it! Not bad, right, Captain?
I think I definitely need Heron in the party. This place is just all mountain and earth. There's also no point in having Maya. She can't even heal. There is 0 ice and water in the air, so it's not going to regenerate. So she's literally can't do anything. She's only got one style, and that's what she uses. Actually, all the healers, because even Wreath, who has Wreath and Justine, even their second style that attacks is also ice and water. So the priestesses are completely worthless in this area. Unless I change a lantern, but cheaper to just go with the flow and adapt.
Everyone, follow me!
That all? You see that?
The amount of chi in the environment takes a huge difference on damage.
That all? That all? That's that.
Also, around this time, it was always like a big trope that you have a desert area that you get lost in, which they obviously seem to be doing here. Of which Breath of Fire 3 was probably one of the worst offenders, because that had kind of a, you know, Legend of Zelda Lost Forest mechanic where you had to exit the screen in certain directions, but the translation was bad, so it actually gave, like,
All right.
there was an
Let's give
NPC
'em
that
hell.
told you how to do it that actually gave you the wrong directions. So you'd either have to figure it out by trial and error or asking someone
Keep it up.
that knew. I'm trying to remember how popular
That all?
GameFAQs was back then. I think it was around, but not widely known about. That was a PS1 era.
That all?
So yeah, a lot of people that didn't know where to find the answer probably just had to figure it out by trial and error. Come on. That was close enough. There goes my Trinity drive. But it was definitely a trope in JRPGs at around this time, the whole getting
Keep it
lost in the desert. All of them having their own mechanics for it, but a lot of it was just the whole thing where you would either have to go certain directions or like find an item that would teach
That
you
all?
out, otherwise you would just keep looping,
That was a joke.
which I just looked in the FAQ right now and it's the latter. I have to find an item, otherwise it'll just keep looping between 3 areas. Which I haven't even found the exit to the first area yet. Thinking it's this way. Yeah, there it is. I'm kind of tempted to just turn off detect mode and run through this to make it go by faster, but then I don't want to get into a surprise attack and get destroyed. Surprise attacks are definitely bad in this game.
Everyone, follow me!
Yeah, that cactus is packing.
That all? That all?
That's one more. Oh, it was just 3 cacti this time. There was no bird.
That all? That was a joke.
Yeah, not gonna lie, that kind of was good. I'm gonna have to agree with you there, Heron.
Let's finish this quickly.
2 birds. Guessing it's just the 2 of them, and no cactus.
You
Or
see
maybe
that?
a cactus, considering how low my ATB is filling.
That all? That all?
Wow, damn near one-shotter.
That all? That's that.
All things considered, these are fairly easy enemies, at least for Heron, because of the amount of chi in the air. But they're pretty easy for the amount of XP they're giving. I'm kind of tempted to maybe... Nah. Oh wait, I guess she healed up because she leveled. Which honestly I didn't realize was a thing in this game. As I was saying, I'm tempted to like not grab the item to get me out of here and loot this a little bit just for the levels, but nah, that would take too
follow
long.
me.
That all?
And now cactus, so we can reduce their ATB as much as possible. Try to kill it.
That all?
Yeah, that even takes a chunk off of him.
That all? That was a joke.
There's another fight here, but this isn't the way out. I'll still take the fight though, because like I said, this is pretty easy experience.
All right, let's give him hell.
may want to let someone else take the hit though, because I don't know if another attack from a bird will finish him off.
That all? That all? That all? That was a joke.
So, Chris can definitely be taken. Where is that second exit? Not at the bottom. Maybe it's to the east. It's gonna have to walk the perimeter and find out where it is.
Let's finish this quickly. Just the two cacti now.
That all? That all? That all?
That is all.
That was a joke.
Okay. This looks like it might be an exit. Is that a treasure chest? Or is that just decoration? No, it's a treasure chest. can't remember if Azelle ends up on another team. But I kind of want to... I figured I'd give it to him just in case he does. Because I think the part where they all split up to teams is coming up real quick. But, as for now, I'm going to go ahead and take the first break of this 8-hour stream. So I'll be back in about 5 minutes. Alright, I'm back. So, this is the third area. I believe this is where we're supposed to find the item that'll get us out of here. And that cactus did not notice that I swung a sword right over its head.
Let's finish this quickly. Keep it up.
That all? That all?
Tempted to blow my Trinity Drive to kill this, but I think the normal level 4 attack will still kill it, at least from what I've noticed.
A lucky hit.
I am tempted. We'll save it for next time.
That all?
Looks like it just barely kills it.
That was a joke.
From what I read, I'm looking for a spot between two lanterns.
Let's finish this quickly.
See if we can one-shot it. Maybe had we hit a perfect ring. Yes, that's not gonna cut it.
That all? That all? That all? That was a joke.
Take Ionis out. it wasn't lantern. Maybe it was rocks. It says on the east side between two chi lanterns.
That all? That all?
Actually, you know what? I kind of want to try this out. I doubt I'm going to be able to get it first try, but let's give it a shot. Yeah, I think so.
That all? That was a joke.
What is the combination we're going to have to input for that? Because that's a long one. That's going to be like 4 moves worth of input. So it's going to be OXO, OXOO, XX, OXX, OXO. OXOO, XX, OXX, OXO. Yeah. That's quite a bit. Looking for 2 chi lanterns on the east. Damn it, I didn't need to buy that from Chris. I think that's the one he's got right now. Yep. I didn't need to buy that for him. There's one. It says it's in between 2 of them. Question is it in a chest or is it like a sparkly thing on the ground? I'm guessing this is it. see how far we can get into this.
All right, let's give him hell. That all? That was a joke.
This is gonna be the last one. We're not gonna be able to afford the next one. So,
All right, let's give him.
ooh. Can't even complete this one. I think I might be able to do it if we use combo, but then I would have to be able to hit the inputs. There's still one above it. Also, I don't know if that's going to be a fight with the master or if that's just another stone to break. If nothing else, let's sell that hunter's bow. Be reckless here and assume that there aren't any enemies. No. I just realized I don't think I saved. I gotta play it safe after all. Did I save? I know I spent the night. I don't think I saved.
So you were surprised by my actions.
Sending secret agents to infiltrate the Yasone. My division could have handled the matter. If your involvement is discovered, Amabot will be dishonored.
If you think Amabot is only concerned with keeping its hands clean, you are mistaken. We have sacrificed much for the sake of this world.
You think that Amabot is that powerful?
No. In fact, it seems that the Holy Order of Eryu intends to expand its authority within the Alliance.
Mother, I know what you're getting at. You believe that Amabot's primary concern is the peace of Etheria.
Precisely. For that, I am willing to take any risk.
But at least you could have informed me of your
But
plan.
me.
I didn't think it was necessary. Besides, as a general for the Alliance, you have your own duties to attend to.
Alright, so where are we now? Apparently I need 10 of those feathers that they keep dropping. Let's see how many I already have. Three? Seriously? Fuck, RNG is gonna fuck me. I fought quite a few battles in there, and I only got 3 of these pieces of crap. Oh, it's expensive. That's where I came in. Okay, so not that way. Hopefully there's only 2 sections to this town. That last town was way too big. Anybody on the communicator to talk to? Now you're in A4. What are you doing there? Was Chris homesick? I didn't think the sandstorms would be that bad. I'll find another way. Okay, be careful. Talents, why you look so small? This is cool. I didn't think you'd be that surprised by this. What's wrong? Is there something you want to talk to me about? No, I just wanted to make sure you're safe. I'm fine, I'm with Justina. Change parties? Now let's finish here first. It does make me curious, though. Did I miss a chance to send more people with Reeve before, or was? Because I tried to click on it to like change someone over, and it wouldn't let me. Okay, nah, it's just Reeve and Justina. They're the only ones. What sucks is that's 2 healers. Like, if they're not going somewhere that has ice and water, they are screwed. Alright, so there's only one building we can actually go into down here. Let's go check it out. Where are we? My house. Huh? Hey, Pops, I'm home.
So predictable. He hasn't changed a bit. Oh, my dear Rostin, you're so wonderful. Darling, will you stay with me tonight?
Oh, Angela. I'll never let you go. Give me a kiss. What?
Are you awake now? It's me, your son.
What did you go and wake me up for? I was having the best dream. Angela finally confessed her feelings to me.
Still chasing skirts at your age? You never learn, do you? Dirty old man.
Those days are long gone. I gave that up when your brother died.
Mother must be so grateful. Thanks to you and your cheating ways, she couldn't even die in peace.
You're wrong. It was because of her hatred for the Yason.
Just very casually jackhammer dropping Chris's backstory there in that conversation. Hey, I got a favor to ask. A favor? You show up out of nowhere after all these years and that's all you have to say? Yeah, I was just being considerate of your privacy. I thought you'd be living happily with a woman or something. So what is it? We need an airship. What? A durable one that can fly through a sandstorm. I don't have one. Now get out. Don't tell me you can't build one. You used to be so passionate about it when you built it with Eston. Damn you, shut up. Don't talk about your brother. Eston ever found out you quit building ships, it would break his heart. You're just a drunk living in the past. What would you know? He had no interest in airships, and he'd come back ask me to build one. But you didn't need me. You already had a son who was everything you wanted. I, on the other hand, couldn't do anything right. He was always your favorite. You trying to say it's my fault? That's not it. I tried to do my best with what you taught me, but eventually you stopped teaching me. You were busy building airships with Eston. That's enough. Get some rest and we'll talk alone tomorrow. Sorry about this. Every time I talk to my father, it always turns out like this. Your father also built airships. I guess it runs in the family, Too bad I've got no talent. You guys already know that. My brother was different. He was a genius. No matter how hard I tried, I could never get out of his shadow. Eventually, my dad only taught Eston. It was then when I started making bows. But you can build airships, and if we can get help from your brother, he's dead. I'm sorry, I didn't know. That's context clues? Did you not hear the conversation they had? It's cool. It's in the past anyways. My brother said he was going to build an airship that could fly through a sandstorm. He started building it with my dad. I didn't even bother to help. Guess I was jealous of my brother as he worked next to my dad. My brother never gave up no matter how many times he failed. They finally finished it. And they named it the Rusty 27. But on its first flight, my brother died flying it. To make it accelerate faster, they made the body too light and it ended up falling apart. They were like little kids. I was so jealous, I hoped they would fail. Then it really happened. What? You said you're gonna build Rusty 28 and you've got nothing? No, it's ready. I just need 10 Omarav feathers. Oh, is that all? No problem. I'll just march down to the store and pick some up. Hey, while I'm there, I'll see if I can get the Yasan to surrender too. Do you know how hard it is to capture those things? That's exactly why you practice with crossbows, for situations like these. As long as we have those feathers, the airship will be able to fly fast despite its heavy weight. I won't let the Rusty 28 fail. Alright. You heard him. Let's go. So yeah, we have to go back into the desert and get feathers. But even with all those birds that I killed, I only have 3. Their drop rate is kind of shitty. Okay, so that's with Astine Marsh, obvious, apparently. I don't know if I'm just missing it or something. I've tried every button. But I really wish there was a way to actually expand the map, get more detail of it, instead of just having it as a mini-map up in the upper right corner. Hmm. Alright. So this is probably going to be tedious. Unless their drop rate for those feathers goes up significantly once you have that conversation, maybe? But I kind of doubt it.
Everyone ready?
That all?
I guess that is good to know that those can be
That
killed
all?
with the second move. We have to take that into account. Why am I hitting early all of a sudden?
Don't make me laugh.
Oh, they can be killed by the first move.
That all?
Rather than going for the birds, I may need to
That's
start
that.
taking them out right away. So that puts us up to 4. Although, I am going to have to take a quick, unscheduled break because I need to go to the bathroom. So I will be back in a bit. Okay, I'm back. Yep, unscheduled break there. So, we're back to grinding out feathers from these birds. I hope that they respawn fairly quickly, because I'm not having the best of luck. Because I know in most other parts of the game, after you've killed all the enemies, they take a long time to respawn. And I killed quite a few of them on the way in. Didn't get much to show for it either. So I'm really hoping the enemies here spawn faster.
All right, let's give him hell.
Alright, so now I know that the cactuses die from the first move. We'll take them out first, and then deal with the bird.
That all?
That'll make our turns come up faster.
That all?
Third move almost kills him.
You see that?
Which I guess makes sense, because the fourth just barely... I think it's... I have a feeling they have 950 hit points.
That all? That's that.
So we're at 5 out of 10. Yeah, because before, when I was doing the fourth move, it was hitting for 970 on a perfect ring. And it looked like it was just barely killing them. So I'm thinking they have around 900 to 950 hit points, somewhere around there.
That all? That all?
I'll do my best.
Oh, so close.
That was awesome.
Alright, so I'm revising that statement. I think they may have 810. Because that 808 left him with like a pixel.
That all? That's that.
Alright, 6 out of 10 on the feathers. question I was worried about before is am I gonna run out of enemies before I get this 10 feathers? And if so, how do I respawn them quickly? That's never been something I've had to do before. So how's everybody doing on levels? Camera, please. Let's try another area. Wait, is this just taking me back to town? Can I even go to the other areas of the desert now that I have the compass, or is it just always going to take me back to town? I think the other areas might be inaccessible now that I have the compass. I can only hope that the developers made these things respawn fast, knowing that you're going to have to get these stupid feathers. It'd be really shitty if they don't. One. Turned at the last second. Oh well. As long as I get a feather out of it, no big deal. There's a save point right next to you anyway, so even if I do get hurt pretty bad, I can just go save there and recover.
That all?
As long as this isn't a 3 cactus fight. Alright, good. Where's the other one, though? Kill the cactuses first to get rid of their agility. Charisma, as this game likes to call it. So close.
That all? That was a joke.
So I don't know if they just increase the drop rate after you talk to that guy and he tells you he needs 10, but I know I fought a lot of them initially, and I only had 3 to show for it. Ever since I talked to the guy that told me I needed 10, they seem to be dropping one every battle. Not that I'm complaining. I was worried this was gonna be a lot more grindy than it's turning out to be. I think I only need 3 more.
Let's finish this quickly.
I wonder if it's possible to get 2 in a battle. Definitely speed things up.
That all? That all? That all?
Come on, give me 2.
That was a
Give me 2
joke.
of them. Looks like it's just 1 per guy. That sucks. That would have sped this up. So I still need 2 more. Alright. Hunting down 2 more enemies. Of course, I already know what's going to happen. I'm going to get this one, and then I'm going to get into another fight with 2 birds, and they're going to drop me 2 feathers. Anytime I need to collect something, it always gives me like 1 at a time, and then it'll dump multiple on me when I only need 1 more. RNG just loves to laugh at me like that. Pretty sure there's something else in this fight, but I don't see it yet, so I'm just gonna kill you.
You see that? That all? That all? That's that.
Should be just 1 left. And since I need to exit on the lower right, I'll start heading that way. Hopefully I'll find an enemy on the way. Let's see if my prediction is true. It's gonna give me a 2-bird fight and drop 2 of them on me. I wish this camera would make up its damn mind which direction it's gonna have me facing.
Let's finish this quickly.
That all? That all?
Alright. So I'm pretty sure prediction wrong. Most I can get out of this one is 1 feather.
That all? That's that.
That should be 10. Alright, we're done with this. How much money did we get from those fights? Curious if we have enough to buy the sword.
Your Majesty! Lord Orha is here to see you!
Let him in.
Your Majesty, you are as beautiful as always.
Can't we skip the formalities when we're alone?
Your Majesty, I cannot let my guard down even for a moment. There are many people watching you. You must realize that there is nowhere you are truly safe. However, I came to inform you that the leaders of the 3 tribes will be arriving today. There's an important matter they wish to discuss with you.
Very well.
So I think I do have enough to buy 1 of those new swords. Question is, do they sell them in here, or am I going to have to go all the way back out to the desert to talk to the guy who's flying the ship to get them? Okay, no, they have them here. still don't know how in the hell an assault sword does less damage than a practice sword. It still doesn't make any sense to me, but okay. Swirly, swirly. Bit too much swirly. I guess let's save before we do this. Now, does anyone want to talk? No, nobody wants to talk. So let's go turn in the feathers. Hey boy, take care of it, you hear me? Okay, I got it, sheesh. Nag, nag, nag. If you know what to do, then do it right. Don't make me worry. How exciting. For some reason, we don't know if exciting is the right word.
Go ahead,
I don't
try
see
it
any
out.
feathers anywhere.
Why don't you try, Dad?
What'll I do if it crashes?
You're just making excuses.
Is that how you treat your old man? Quit complaining and climb aboard. Trust me for once, it's perfectly safe.
Then why don't you try it? Forget it! Anyone want to come along for a ride?
You want us to risk our necks too?
I'll join you. Captain, are you crazy?
Thanks a lot.
Big vote of confidence there.
I'll come too. I have confidence in its design.
Well, if the captain's going, then so am I.
Hey, wait! I can't be the only one who stays behind.
Whoa, it actually works! Congratulations, this is a success. I think I just lost 10 years of my life. Hey, that's not nice. Wow, this maze is enormous. They don't want to let us through or something. It could be fun. Man, it's too hot for this. What happens if we get lost? Let's try to get through it as fast as we can. Oh wow, this is a maze. lightning and mountain. Okay, so the lightning I can't change. Oh, yeah, I guess I can. Who do I want to use? Heron has been overused a bit just because his elements have been popping up. I could do ice and water, and then Maya and Azel would both be good. I think I'll do that. Alright. Still no one wants to talk. I get it, they're antisocial. I feel you. Zell's at 1. Iona's... I had Heron at like 1.5. Why did it... Like, their trust keeps going up and down for no reason. He was at 1.5 before. Captain, what is this? It's a maze. Nothing to worry about. Hold on a sec. You can't just go in there and expect to come out. That's why my ingenious invention will come in handy. It's called the Amazing Mazinator. Hey, you haven't even seen it yet. Wow, even Maya's giving me that look. Well, you'll change your mind when you hear what it does. Get this. It gives you a 360-degree view. Face it, Chris, your inventions suck. Hey, don't interrupt. Now listen up, I'm only going to say this once. Controls are simple. All you have to do is change the view is move the right analog stick. And the camera will rotate around us. Hey, you mean the thing I've been wanting this entire time, rather than the fixed camera angles. Wow, this thing actually works. In fact, it might be quite useful. Finally, something we can use. See, I told... Hey, that wasn't a compliment. Come on, everyone. Let's fly through here. Hey, wait up. Aren't you going to use my new invention? Finally, I have control of the camera. Unfortunately, I have a feeling it's only going to be for this one dungeon. I was just about to ask, are there even any enemies in here? Kind of big praying mantis beetle. So should be in the first slot. Do I have the right? No, I don't. That one. And failure right off the bat. Hey, Clash, how you doing? I'm doing good. doing such low damage? Was it 14 hours? About 17 hours, I think? Right about now, because I was at like 14 when I started. Okay, they just have a lot of shield points is what it is. I don't know. I can't remember how long it was in the first place.
I did it! Piece of cake.
Actually, let me double check. It's gonna be a while. Yeah, so according to this, main story, about 52 hours. Main story plus extra, which I don't remember what the extra was in here. I don't remember if there's side quests or post-game or anything. Is 68 and a half hours. I don't know where the hell completionist comes in. Like, it's a PS2 game, so there's no trophies. I don't know what they mean by completionist. But yeah, it's, let's just go by the middle one and say, like, 68 to 70 hour game. I'm playing 1 day a week, 8 hours this game. So, yeah, it's gonna be a bit. Yeah, this will be the Sunday game for a little while. I'm just glad I can finally use the camera, even if it is only for this dungeon. But it's weird that I guess because this game is used to fixed camera angles, like, if I'm holding forward and then I turn the camera, like, and I just keep holding forward, he keeps walking in the same direction he was walking. He doesn't change to go with the camera. I'm guessing that's just because, like I said, this game is fixed camera, so that's not really programmed in. Turn around. No, no, no. Turn around. That's what today is. It's essentially
Everyone ready?
because on my normal day streaming, I'm only playing games that I've never played before. I have played this game before. I played it when I first got it, but it's been so long ago that I don't remember much. That's kind of what Sundays are. Sundays are for me to replay. Like, I'll be replaying games that I've already played before, but it's been a long time. Because everything else that I play on the other days, it's new. It's new games that I've never played before. Maybe not new games, but just I've never played them before. One of the reasons why I picked this one first is I recently picked up the second game that was on Xbox 360. Fuck, I missed that. I don't have an Xbox 360 to play it on yet, but I'm gonna track one down soon. So I figured I'd make this the first game, and then when I'm done with it, hopefully by then I've tracked down an Xbox 360 for cheap, and I can play the second one. Although I don't know how much they're connected, if at all. I think the battle system is completely different, but I don't know if they're connected story-wise.
I did it! Not bad, right, Captain?
Definitely need to heal him now. I think some of the sound effects of the attacks are going a little too into the red. Looking at the audio. There. Just trying to check the dead ends. See if they have any treasure chests or anything. Kind of curious as to why there's a big dead spot in the middle of this labyrinth, but I'm guessing that's probably the building that I'm trying to find the way into. Get around. Barely do any damage because these guys have so many shield points. I don't even get past their shield until I hit my 4th attack.
I did it!
Tempted to try combo. Calm down there, buddy.
Prepare yourself. Swallow slash!
Wasn't quite enough to kill him. And out of that element. Oh wait, no. Something came back.
I did it! Not bad, right, Captain? I feel like there's definitely going to be something in that northern tip. Oh, I know. I think that's the way in. So then, what's down here? In all this left area. Everyone, follow me! You asked for it! Swallow slash! Damn, even that way it's not enough.
I thought maybe if I did it when it was at full, it'd be enough to one-shot him, but it's still not. These things are just way too sturdy.
I did it! Not bad, right, Captain?
Okay, it was only one. There's a treasure chest in there. Alright, so now I don't have to feel bad that I only bought one of those. I haven't run into an enemy for a while. Okay, there's a treasure chest over there. Have to make my way to it. There's an enemy.
Let's finish this quickly.
Is this another single? It would have to be another single with how fast I'm getting turns.
I did it! Not bad, right, Captain?
I want to say there might be something at the bottom of this down here. Yep. And this is all leading back to the entrance. Once I finish checking this out, I can just head back to the top where the actual way inside was. Still wondering what all this empty space in the middle is. I thought for sure the middle was going to be like the building or whatever that we're going to, but it's all the way at the top. So there's just this big empty space in the middle of the labyrinth for no reason, it looks like. Alright. I'm pretty sure I killed the enemies that were on the way, so they shouldn't have respawned yet. Let's see if we can just run back there. I don't think I came through this way. Wrong button. Wrong button. Phew. It's good that he didn't notice.
Let's finish this quickly.
I did it!
This should be a lot of damage.
Watch this. Swallow slash! I did it! Piece of cake.
Not enough to break the record, though. something over there. It's a long corridor to go down. Whatever's in that chest better be good. Nah, I don't think that was worth it. It's just a gift item. There was something there, but I already got it. So let's just check that other little spiral up there and then go inside where we're supposed to go. Doesn't look like it. Nothing showed up. I think I was close enough for it to show up if anything was there. Ugh. Why do I keep yawning?
Wow. So this is the Nosen Library. Amazing. Visitors? I'm surprised you came all this way. My name is Eamon. I'm the head librarian here.
Nice to meet you. I'm Callance. I lead a band of mercenaries.
Oh, a mercenary. You must be strong. Maybe you won't end up as a corpse. A corpse? I don't like the sound of that. What exactly do you mean?
His name is Ammon.
All of the books in this library are protected by magic. When you open one, powerful ghosts or monsters will appear. Unless you can defeat these protectors, you won't be able to read a single page. Wow. So the rumors are true. Recently, it's been quiet around here. But a few years ago, there were some treasure hunters and curious travelers who paid a visit. They didn't heed my warning, though. Stupid fools, making more work for an old man like me. It was a real hassle cleaning this place up.
Don't worry. You won't have that problem with us.
Ha! I'm not concerned whether you live or die. It's just that these old joints don't bend like they used to.
Alright, no one wants to talk. So what am I doing here? So yeah, just like the old guy said, examine the books, fight the Guardian. Except I don't know which book I'm looking for here.
All right, let's keep it up. I did it!
Oh, damn it. I could have swore I targeted the other one.
I did it!
I was hoping that the fourth move would be able to kill one from 100%, so I was trying to get rid of the other one.
I did it! Not bad, right, Captain?
Technological skills in metallurgy and Etheria were greatly advanced following the creation of the first airships. The ships required a durable, lightweight frame and a strong protective exterior. Construction of both components relied heavily on the art of metallurgy. Originally, humans used common metals such as... What were the metals? Oh crap, I forgot to heal him.
I did it!
Now that's the stuff.
should be enough to kill that fool.
I did it!
He'll take another hit regardless, though.
I did it! Not bad, right, Captain?
Structural engineering of airships. As illustrated in the diagram, the most critical phase in the creation of an airship is the construction of the core. Humans greatly advanced the skills and techniques necessary for creating a durable, lightweight frame controlling the flow of chi. In addition, humans were successful in improving the entire process using magic. Interestingly, although the Yasan possess more highly advanced magical skills than humans, they have yet to succeed in the construction of an airship. Still no clue what I'm looking for here. Ugh. So I'm guessing it's just the same fight every time you inspect a bookcase. Or a new bookcase.
I did it! All right, let's keep it up.
Didn't realize these things could paralyze. Oh, god damn it. I thought that was on him.
A lucky hit. Thanks. Are you all right?
That was a lot of failures in a row there.
I did it! I did it! Not bad, right, Captain?
Slashing Squad of the Eternal Oath. Comprised of a group of individuals who had lost their homes and families, the Slashing Squad of the Eternal Oath participated in the early stages of the war between humans and the Yaza. Members carried a unique short sword with the sigil of a leaf engraved on the hilt. Swords were so popular that young boys could be seen around town parrying with toy replicas. Surprisingly, all the members of the Slashing Squad were merchants who traded between the two races. In times of peace, they were businessmen who traveled from continent to continent selling their wares and reaping profits. In times of war, however, they became soldiers who courageously entered into battle, fighting their enemies to the death. The Slashing Squad was so well known for honoring their word that the term Eternal Oath was later added to their name. Man, that one got to him quick.
All right, let's keep it up! I did it! I did it! Piece of cake!
Alright, so what does this one have? Great Jewelry Magician. Grandier is the best jeweler in Magna Carta. Although expensive, Grandier's work has always been loved by women and has become a popular choice for wedding rings. Currently, Grandier V has taken over, and during his time, the Aurora Stone was discovered, a stone that shines with the beautiful color of a rainbow. Many types of jewelry have been made with the precious stone. The Aurora Stone represents shining love. It has become a popular gift for proposals. All of Grandier's work has a crest inscribed on it, proving that it's his work and adding great value. This is why Grandier's work is so popular. Grandier's shop is still located in Remy in the same old building. The crest is inscribed on the shop sign, so you'll be able to recognize it right away. This crest was on the ring. Remy, I should stop by later. Sounds like a side quest. I think this is another one that has 3.
All right, let's keep it up. I did it!
Let's see if this can kill one. Probably not, though. Damn, just missed it. That sucked.
I did it! I did it! Not bad, right, Captain?
Tricus and Cressida. Pointing his sword at the heavens, Tricus screamed in agony. What a cruel fate indeed. My eternal love, Cressida, the daughter of the Yasa. Why have the gods cursed me so? Cressida clutched it aside, wailing, I'm sorry. If I was more courageous, I would have told you, but I feared losing you, my love. Tricus' hand began to tremble underneath the weight of his mighty sword, and he bellowed, As the world is against me, I shall strike down the sun and plunge it into the depths of the sea. And all those who will wander in the darkness can blame me. All those who will tremble in the cold can curse my name. I, Tricus, great warrior of Garut, stand before you and proclaim my undying love for this woman. Disparage me if you will, but I would rather forfeit all the glory and honor in this world than renounce our love. And though Tricus' screams reverberated to the heavens, sadly they could not alter his beloved Cressida's sentence of execution. Thus, without hope, he... We're gonna spend like a month in this library. One fight, spend the night. One fight, spend the night. Actually, as of right now, I'm gonna go ahead and take another break. And then when I come back, we will continue the reading Rainbow of Battle that we're going through here. Alright, back. So let's continue the library tour of death. There's that one. I think I already did that one too. Yeah. That's the renamed Romeo and Juliet right there. Let's see what this one is. Why did I for some reason think his first one was with the Just lost a turn there. But at least I didn't have to be worried about being sent back to the first skill, because I messed up on the first one.
I did it! All right, let's keep it up. I did it!
I'm still not liking how loud the sound effects for some of these skills are getting on stream. You still turn it down one more notch.
I did it! Piece of cake.
Background music and everything else seems to be fine. It's just the actual sound effects of the skills that are hitting in the red. On the Yasan. As stated earlier in this text, the Yasan civilization differs greatly from human civilizations. If humans can be likened to stones, the Yasan can be likened to trees. Human civilization has been founded on the civil's cultivation and exploitation of the land to accommodate their lifestyle. The Yasan, however, assimilate to their natural surroundings, living in harmony with the land. The Yasan originally learned the studies of architecture and engineering from humans. Quite recently, however, their skills have greatly surpassed those of their teachers. Go ahead and save now. Been through quite a few battles here. Still not quite sure what book I'm looking for. It says that it seems suspicious, but we can't actually do anything about it. Alright. So I've hit every bookshelf on that side.
I did it!
Okay, this one only had two.
I did it! Piece of cake.
Absence of religion. While many theories exist, there is no definitive explanation for the absence of religion in Nefaria. Although places of worship can be found in Amabat, in general, there is no official religion or formal study of theology on the continent. Many historians theorize that it was during the Great Migration when humans first lost their faith. Regretfully, they presume that the beliefs and values of human civilization were not strong enough to survive those dark times. Yep, and this is this party's month-long investigation of a library. Read a book, take a nap. Read a book, take a nap. So that's the first one, I just did that. And they just always go straight for Chris.
All right, let's keep it up. I did it!
Wow! You're almost as good as me!
I did it! Not bad, right, Captain?
So what are we learning this time? Theory on war. Even those who acknowledge the current technological superiority of weaponry cannot deny the effect primitive weapons had on the war during its inception. Combat is at the heart of all war and is an act of cruelty and brutality. This demonstrates that war is something much more than an expression of hostility. Therefore, it is not enough to construct a theory around the question, why are the two races fighting? Rather, we must examine the period when humans and the Yasan were fighting with primitive weapons. There we can find examples and explanations to further our understanding of the escalation of war. We fight because we can. I think I'll wait one more for him to hit 23, and then I'll switch him out. Which means another nap. Just so I don't have to waste items when there's a save point right there. I do wonder though, if I put him in the third slot, and they go straight to him. So that's 1, 2. Looks like I got 3 more. 3 more bookcases. And that bottom one that I can't get into a fight in just keeps saying that it's suspicious.
Follow my lead.
I'll do my best.
Nope, they still go for Chris. What the fuck? Like I guess he just has an extremely punchable face.
I did it! I did it! Not bad, right, Captain?
Did he still not level? The Marcotte Gourmet Cookbook. In addition, Marcotte boasts many delicious entrees. A local favorite is fresh quail basted in seasonal sake and steamed with plum. Another tasty dish is pan-fried boar thighs seasoned with a variety of spices. The tender meat is sliced thin and served with a side of beans. Obviously, that was the most important information in this whole library. Oh wait, he did. He did level. Okay. So now it can be Ionis that keeps getting her face punched in. I'm sure they'll go to her. I'm also wondering why does first position start away so far away from the other two?
I did it! I did it! Not bad, right, Captain?
Anonymous memoir. I alone am the judge of my life, passing sentence on the crimes I committed. I am a wandering poet from the long-forgotten city of Cartian Cross. Look at the boy and how broad he smiles. I was once like that. Did a kiss from a maid wake me up today? Oh, how my heart fills with joy. Not so long ago I ventured into Yasan territory, dreaming of glory and honor. But alas, it was all in vain, for the burning flame had long gone dark and cold as a frozen shadow. So here I lie beneath the poet's stars, singing of the one I loved. We got one more bookcase. Assuming I'm not missing something. Still don't know what is up with that one. Just keep saying it looks suspicious, but I can't do anything about it. got one more. The last one.
That won't work on me. Thank you. I feel better already.
I guess it kind of makes sense that these characters would be strong against magic.
Thanks. I don't feel so good. A lucky hit.
Yeah, and me trying to use her instead of him, breaking my pattern. I think that might be something that fucks us over pretty bad. Of course, the one where I decide to try to use her would have to have 3 of them in it. Damn it. You stop with the damn paralyzing.
Thanks. I don't feel so good.
God damn it. Now they killed him. His body is actually a shield. They can't walk past him.
It was over before it started.
Enough with the paralyzing, assholes.
Thanks. 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 That was awesome!
It was over before it started.
There we go.
Well done, everyone.
Yeah, even attempting to use Eonis made that 1,000 times worse. Eight heroes sealed the Tree of Light. Since their names were not commonly known, they were referred to by their chi. Whatever information that has been covered about them has been recorded in these pages. Anthony Abel, the hero of the heavens. The leader of the 8 heroes, he received the title of the Shining Protector from Marakat's leader. He was an extremely skilled swordsman. He devoted all his power to preventing the war with the Yasan, but after he sealed the Tree of Light, he embarked on a journey to train as a samurai. Of the 8 heroes, Anthony is the most mysterious. Rumor has it that he journeyed from continent to continent, changing his name at each of his destinations. However, this rumor was never confirmed. Zekart Soman, the hero of wind. His swordplay equaled that of Anstey, and he won the Garut sword fighting competition 4 consecutive times. He established Fuget for the benefit of humanity, but afterwards departed alone to master the art of the samurai. He and Anthony were best friends as well as rivals. Elaine Crane, the hero of water. The youngest of the 8 heroes, she was an energetic teenager, but has developed into a talented mage. She even has the power to create new magic. Now she is busy in magic school studying and experimenting. A new magic system of her creation is currently under evaluation. Joshua Min, the hero of ice. The current great cleric of Amabat, he is nearly as famous as the hero of the heavens. His divine power is said to be the strongest in the history of great clerics. Yeja, the hero of fire. A mercenary from Garut who, aside from his beautiful looks, had strength like a giant. Also, he was quite skilled with a spear. He lived in Notia, but left in search of adventure. By some accounts, he ventured into Yasan Roving. Renee Ipham, the hero of mountains. Even though she was a woman, she was skilled with swords. Born in Marakat, she grew up in a fairly ordinary household. Sadly, as she returned home after sealing the Tree of Light, she was killed by the Yasan. Aria Luciere, the hero of lightning. A mercenary of Garut, she was beautiful, but deadly in battle thanks to her animalistic instincts. She was often mistaken for a man because of the way she dressed. It is unclear why, but she was killed by mercenaries who bore some kind of grudge against the 8 heroes. Beirut Eskram, the hero of Earth. Half Yasan and half human, he was born and raised in Yasan Rovin, but was banished and came to Etheria. By sealing the Tree of Light, he betrayed his homeland, but at the same time became a hero for humanity. After the excitement died down, he settled into a life of anonymity. Some people say that he was murdered by the Yasan for being a traitor.
If only I'd been born 50 years earlier, maybe I would have been treated like a hero. Man, how cool would that be?
You, a hero?
Zekart Soman.
What's wrong, Callens?
Oh, nothing. Zekart Soman, the founder of Fuget. No way.
Master, are you going on a journey?
Yes. I am leaving for the land of pure whiteness. Come visit me there, if you'd like.
The land of pure whiteness? Is it a place covered in snow?
Alright, I'm guessing that was the book we needed. I wonder if I could have just actually gone straight to that one, or if they just go in order. And that's always the last one. Either way, let's spend the night, save, see if anybody wants to talk. Come on, enough with the camera shenanigans, just let me leave. Did you find the information you need, or are you still looking? Guess, do I have to go talk to him first? I got a cutscene, I'm pretty sure I'm done here. Oh wait, maybe now that suspicious one is open. Yeah. So this one, yeah, it probably was. I probably could have just gone to that one and then come back here.
Lucky hit. I did it.
Let's take another hit. Hopefully this is the last one, and then I'm done with the library. Usually libraries stick you with the penalty if you don't bring the book back. This one hits you
Piece of cake.
when you just try to read it. Joshua's memoirs. I'm not sure if leaving behind this record is the right thing to do. We've learned the horrible truth about the light of salvation and have decided to seal it away. The light of salvation is brought back into the world again. I want someone to know the truth, so that the same mistakes are not repeated. That is why I am writing this now. We journeyed to the Tree of Light in Yasan Rovin, thinking that if we were to seal the light of salvation, then the war would end. It wasn't easy, but we managed to find it. There we learned that the light of salvation is actually a divine vessel comprised of 8 shards. Together they can be used to unleash an infinite stream of chi from the Tree of Light. We divided the shards amongst the 8 of us. On the way back to Etheria, we discovered their frightening power. Beirut inadvertently used the Earth Shard as he was being chased by the Yasan. The shard created a tremendous earthquake that swallowed the entire band of soldiers. A single shard has such incredible power. We were afraid that someone would try to take advantage of the power, so we decided to keep it a secret. When we returned to Etheria, we were welcomed as heroes. That's how we became known as the 8 Heroes. Attacks by the Yasan dwindled and there was peace for a time. But 8 years later, an unfortunate event reignited the animosity. Beiro, who's half Yasan, was assassinated for betraying his homeland, and the Earth Shard was stolen. Shortly before that, he mentioned a nightmare he'd had in which he dreamt that the Earth Shard wanted to return to the Tree of Light. It turned out to be a premonition. The light of salvation is returned to the Yasan. Humanity is destined to fall. We must guard the remaining 7 shards with our lives. They must never be allowed to fall into the Yasan's hands.
The shards are much more powerful than I expected. I understand now why the General is so interested in obtaining them.
Supposedly, when all the shards are reunited, one can unleash the Magna Carta. I wonder if the legend is true.
Give me a break. If it was true, then how come no one's doing anything about it? I haven't heard any rumors about the Yasan looking for the shards.
Maybe Amila and the 4 warriors are keeping it a secret.
That would make sense if it's as powerful as the book says. Remember that thing she summoned at Mount Ride? I hope we don't have to face any more of them.
But can you imagine? With the Magna Carta, taking out the Yasan would be a breeze. I can't wait to get my hands on it.
That's not a bad idea. It'd be the fastest way to end the war.
I agree. The Yasan destroyed my village. I can't let them do something like that again.
I'm anxious to end the war too. So, are we all in agreement?
Maya, how about you? Are you coming with us?
It's gonna be dangerous. If it were up to me, Maya, I'd make you stay behind.
Yeah.
All right. Let's get back to headquarters.
So, I think the only shard we have right now is the lightning shard. I don't remember if he handed over or not. No, we still have it. So we have one of 8. If that is indeed going to be the rest of the game, it's just collecting the crystals. The elemental crystals just happens, there's more elements in this than there usually are in JRPGs. This one has 8 instead of 4. Well, the usual 4. Sometimes there's more. Let me turn off face cam for a little bit so I can eat.
So, that's the reason for the war?
It may come as a surprise, but unfortunately we have no other choice. The search has already begun, but it will be difficult to find the light of salvation in Etheria. We have relatively little information.
That's why you need the blast worm.
I'm afraid it's absolutely necessary. It's the only way to save our race.
With the light of salvation, the Yason can be saved, right? We won't be helpless against Ruma anymore.
Yes, Your Majesty.
The light of salvation. Did you come to play with me? I see. Even you won't accept someone like me.
They got a phoenix just hanging out, doing absolutely nothing. I wonder if this is where they got the idea for the new Milan movie. It's like every 15 minutes they had to show the phoenix just there for no reason, not doing anything. You can give it to us. You won't use it anyway. What are you saying? Rusty 28 is the only ship that can compete against Azure Wings. Ah, so you finally feel like working. Of course. Compared to the Azure Wings, everyone is going to love my Rusty. You're Rusty. Come on, give credit where credit is due, Pops. Right, time to head to the public phone. I did some research on the Light of Salvation. Tell me what you know. As you said, our goal is to end the war. Yes? But is that your only purpose for the Light of Salvation? Why do you ask? The Hugo I know would show it. He was a very competitive person. He would never run away from a fight. You know me too well. I plan on activating the Magna Carta and ending the war with the Yason. We're going to make the legend a reality. There is conclusive proof that the Magna Carta is real. We must succeed. I can't let the war continue any longer. We must defeat them and make them surrender. Mother must never know of this. She would not approve of this action. I see. You should be careful. Do not tell Lehas about the Light of Salvation. I understand. Callix, I know you've been searching for a Yason with a Vindi that looks like a butterfly on his left arm. How do you know? I know you will claim vengeance for your master's death. Let's get back to headquarters. You weren't planning on walking there, were you? Or we'll be over by the time we get back. No problem, leave it to me. I just asked Dad for a lift on Rusty 28. Alright, let's head over to your place then. It's the last time I'm doing this for free. Next time I'm charging you. Don't be so stingy, Dad. You know you love flying. Grateful kid. Anyways, we're ready for takeoff. Let's go, Rusty. Why are we going to headquarters, Captain? We should check in with Lehas. But don't say anything about the Light of Salvation. The General asked that we keep our mission quiet. Are you sure that's a good idea? You know how she is. I don't think I can stand that icy stare again. Man, it gives me the chills. Well, it's an important mission, so we don't have much choice. I'm sure we'll find her in the conference room like always. Let's go and get this over with. Apparently there's another dojo that can challenge in the Valley of Luster. That's a little bit of a walk away. That and he's already got 3 styles. What to do, what to do. I guess first question would be, do I have enough money to get it all anyway? $5,200, $6,900, $7,900, $8,100, $8,800 to get the whole thing. Yeah, I guess we can go try for it. It's gonna be a long walk over there, though.
Everyone ready?
Keep it up.
I did it! I did it! Piece of cake.
Alright, I definitely need to put in my use counts for a while.
Let's finish this quickly. It was over before it started.
Yeah, so we have to go through this area and then get to the save point in the next area, which I can't remember exactly where it is. That's supposedly where the dojo is, but I've got enough money to beat it. It's just a matter of if I'm strong enough to beat it. I may hold on to it afterwards too, because it seems like this is another fire lightning style, and if it's for Heron, he's already got 2. And I think there's another character that does martial arts that you get later, so I may save it for them so he doesn't have 3 fire lightning, styles. I don't need to overdo elements like that on one character. So I may sit on this one for a bit. Just until if I find out if there is another martial arts character that can use it later.
It was over before it started. It was over before it started. All too easy.
I guess all the enemies level up. I don't know if they level up with you or they level up after certain story events, because I mean, I've been through this area before. These enemies were definitely not high enough level to where they're giving, you know, level 21 and 22 character 3 bits of experience.
Let's finish this quickly. Farewell.
See if we can speed these battles
Air
up a
rush.
bit. And that looks like a no. It's not enough to one-shot them.
I can see your every move.
That's disappointing.
It was over before it started.
I guess maybe if I hit all greats on it, but that's a big maybe when there's that many inputs, even if they are simple.
It was over before it started. Well done, everyone.
How the hell do I get another sword style? So I gave the first one I got to Azel to try to strengthen him up. Worked, you know. It's definitely better when there's not much heaven or wind around. Callum's was already pretty good as is, but I'd like to give him another style.
Let's finish this quickly.
Although I do remember he does get a style through the storyline at the end of the game that's literally like, you don't need to ever use anything else. But I'd like to have him with at least one more before we get to that point. Wow, really? He's still alive? I didn't even see a pixel of health left.
It was over before it started.
so close to just one-shotting these guys. But it keeps taking one more attack. I feel like it's just slowing the battle down.
It was over before it started. All too easy.
Looks like from level 23 on, there's only one bar of experience. Which, everyone's level 23. Or higher. Yeah, I might as well keep them. Those two and Chris are the ones that I keep sidelining anyway. Okay, so we're through with this area. Now I just need to get to wherever the hell the save point is in the next one, and that's supposedly the dojo guys right next to it. Or not. Is this a different area, or is this just another part of the same area? Same area. Just the second part to the same area. So I'm not out yet. Yeah. I was gonna try to just sneak by him. My sneak is still level 1.
It was over before it started. It was over before it started. All too easy.
Yeah, sneak by that one. Sneak by another one. Except that I need to go the other way, I think. Damn it. Just when I was feeling like a ninja.
Let's finish this quickly.
I wonder if Trinity Drive will be enough to kill this next one we want to attack. Let's give it a shot.
It was over before it started. It was over before it started. All too easy.
Alright, now I need to make it to the save point. I think that one is... I remember this map right. It's all the way in the upper left. Which means it's going to be a walk.
Let's finish this quickly.
One down. I definitely want to take these guys out first before they start chain paralyzing people. It's annoying. Damn, that almost got him in one. Okay. Just as long as it's not him, the other guy attacking.
It was over before it started.
I call bullshit. That should have counted. It wasn't a good input, but I still think that should have counted. It was at least 50% in.
Is that the best you can do?
Okay.
It was over before it started. Well done, everyone.
Both of them hit 24. Let's get some of the 23s in here. Actually, we'll just straight across. Switch to B team.
All right, let's give him hell.
Great, there's two of them.
All right, let's keep it up.
Is that enough?
Are you
He's
trying to
still
make me look
alive? Are you
bad?
kidding me?
I did it!
Maybe this will one-shot him? Okay, good.
I did it!
Okay, I don't have to worry about being paralyzed anymore. Not enough to one-shot the three-tailed lizard dog, though.
I did it! Piece of cake.
Oh, still got a long way to get to the save point. The style that I'm going out of my way for to try to get better be worth it. Can I... Yes. A ninja. What about you? Don't turn around. Don't turn around. I think I may only have two more monsters to deal with. One here, in the middle of this area, and then maybe one more right before I get to the save point. The problem is I'm also going to have to try to sneak past these guys when I need to go back around. So I may end up having to fight them anyway. Oh, what are you doing here? You're supposed to be further to the right. Guy has left his designated area. Yep, there's one right here. Alright. Let's go learn this style. And if it's for Heron, I'll just hold it. Because like I said, I think there's another martial arts character that we get later that I'd give it to. I'd rather not have Heron with 3 styles that use fire and lightning chi. Okay, good. It's a sword style. Yeah, we'll go with Callens. He's just got higher stats.
Let's finish this quickly.
That's cute. That tickled. These guys do have quite a bit of health, though.
Is that the best you can do? It was over before it started.
If I know I'm gonna get 2 turns in a row,
Well
I'll
done,
probably
everyone.
do a combo, but that gets risky because then I lose all my shield points being in combo stance. Right, so on to the next. Nope, wrong button. On to the next guy. Oh, I can choose a different character each time. Okay.
Let's finish this quickly.
But luckily they are they are nice enough to refill your health after each one. Yeah, fuck it, let's go ahead and combo. And I screwed up.
Is that the best you can do? Is that the best you can do?
Well, since I hadn't had to do it in any of the other dojo stuff that I did, at least it's good to know you can use items. I hadn't actually tried any other ones.
that the best you can do?
Just for my own... Just for me. Let's try this again.
Your time is up. Air rush!
It was over before it started.
Which reminds me, at some point, I'm gonna have to
All too easy.
get some practice doing the one for Heron, which is 12 inputs instead of 9. How many more of these do I have? Intermediate, then advanced, then expert.
Let's finish this quickly.
All the while, they're draining my pocketbook.
Is that the best you can do?
I probably should have done... No. I'll save my Trinity drive for, like,
Air rush!
Master. Wow, that did not do much.
I can see your every move.
That did not do much at all.
Is that the best
Okay,
you can
so
do?
combo not worth it.
Is that the best you can do?
I guess the combo did do... I want to say like 2.5 times the damage that the normal high-level ones are doing. Maybe a little less. But it used up so much of the Heaven and Air Chi.
It was over before it started. All too easy.
Alright, just 2 more.
Let's finish this quickly.
Damn it. Oh crap, I'm not doing shit to this guy. His defense is way higher. I'm probably gonna have to use items in this fight. I don't know if the master is gonna be doable after this.
Is that the best you can do?
Alright, so at least my 4th move will be hitting harder. Let's see how much it gets off on this guy. Not a lot. It's like chopping down a tree.
Is that the best you can do?
Yeah, he's only the 2nd highest. I may have to gain a level or 2 to be able to take on the master. Go back and fight all those guys that I snuck past.
Is that the best you can do?
Extra 30%. Let's try a combo. Ooh, but he'll destroy me. Yeah, his next attack will do a shit ton of damage if I do combo and don't have my shield points up. No, keep it like this. Slow and steady. Just throw in heals when I need them. Yeah, because I would need to be certain that I get 2 turns in a row before I do combo. I may have to use a Zell for the Master. Just because the 4th skill would get in more hits. I think the fourth skill on the ice stance gets more hits than this one does on the 4th skill. Oh, he's still not dead yet. But I got him.
It was over before it started. All too easy.
The only problem with that is that I know that Azel's attack strength is lower. Yeah, he's almost a full 20 points lower in attack strength than Callant's. Granted, the 4th skill of the Ice Stance will do more hits, which means he'll have more hits that'll do full damage. Fuck, I don't know. How much money do I have? I can give it a try. 7,600. I can give it a try with Zell.
Everyone ready?
Ow.
A lucky hit.
He hits fucking hard. And I do no damage to him. That's great. Maybe if I use counter style? It seems like he's using fire. Either way, he's gonna kill me right here. Because even with counter, then it'd be the 50-50 guessing games. He can use fire or lightning. I definitely can't do that with a Zell. His stats are... He takes too much damage, and he doesn't do any damage to him at all. Yeah, his defense is 50% lower. Yeah, he's 22 points lower on defense and 19 points lower on attack. So I definitely need to do this with Callants. So let's go do all those fights that I walked past. Because we're going to need at least another level or two. But hey, at least we got most of the way there. Just gonna have to do a little grinding to get the last of it. And then I got a shiny new fire and lightning style for Callants. That was close. I got it out just in time to not get surprised.
Everyone, follow me!
It was over before it started.
Is that the best you can do?
It was over before it started. It was over before it started.
Well done, everyone.
I want to say maybe give it a try at level 26. Also think I should probably hit 27 just to be safe. Even then, I don't know if that'll be enough. Like the attack and defense. The attack and defense on that last guy were pretty high up there. Oh, you're still alive. Well, so much for building up my Trinity drive. Also, why was I targeting that guy?
It was over before it started.
Actually, now that I think about it, I've got some buff items. I may need to actually use those. Like buff my attack and defense. I'll buff my defense at the start, work my way up until I'm at my 4th attack skill, and then once I hit my 4th attack skill, then I can buff my
It was over before it started.
up the heaven chi in the area, and then buff my attack and go ham.
Is that the best you can do? It was over before it started. All too easy.
So 4 more battles to hit level 26. Yeah, I guess let's take a look at the buffs we got. High Spirit raises attack. Burning Heart raises attack of one ally by a lot, so that's definitely the one I want to use. Try and lower his defense. I just don't know how many turns these all last. I doubt they're permanent. Because I doubt they're permanent. Like that would be way too good if they were. So if I just spend, you know, turn after turn buffing and debuffing, like, will I actually have time to attack before they all start wearing off? Not to mention,
Let's
I'm
finish
probably
this
gonna have to
quickly.
heal at some point during all that too.
It was over before it started.
Why does it switch targets? I didn't press L2 or R2 and it just... like, fucking kill one of them. Stop auto-switching targets for me. I want them dead, not both of them low.
Is that the best you can do? It was over before it started. It was over before it started. Well done, everyone.
I wonder, were they selling better weapons inside the base? Should I have gone to go get those first? Yeah, that ought to make his fourth skill stronger and able to be used more. While we're going back to go get those other ones that we missed before, we can also set that other... No, I think I've already set that lantern before. Well, if it allows us to, I'll set that other one to air. That'll give us at least some damage boost from the actual elements.
Everyone, follow me!
Are you trying to make me look bad?
It was over before it started. It was over before it started. It was over before it started. All too easy.
I don't know why that one was worth 2 bars of experience, and a lot of the other ones that we're doing on the other side were only 1.
Let's finish this quickly.
I actually need to take my last break, so once I'm done with this battle, I'll do that.
Is that the best you can do? It was over before it started. It was over before it started.
Hey, Irby, how you doing today?
It was over before it started. Well done, everyone.
So he's 26. I guess let's check how much his HP, his attack and defense went up. Not a lot. Not a lot at all. Oh well. Anyway, yeah, it's 4:10, so I'm gonna go ahead and take my last break. We've got hour 50 left, stream, since today's stream ends at 6. Right. Did you sleep well, Irby? I'm guessing you're just waking up again? Yeah. As I said, I'm going to take my last break. I'll be back in 5 minutes. And then we'll give another attempt at defeating that dojo master, see if we can get that style. Alright. So let's see if we can change this lantern to air, just give ourselves a little bit more damage. If not... Yeah, we can. Okay. Oh shit, that water, not air. Damn it, I fucked that up. Oh, that's good. So you've got like... Oh, well, how did you sleep yesterday? I was about to say you got like 3 good days with 1 bad day in the middle, but I didn't hear... Since I didn't stream yesterday, I didn't hear how you slept. What color are you going for? Or are you keeping it the same, just, you know, maintenance? Oh, okay. Alright. So I'm gonna save here. And if it turns out I can't actually do this, then I'm gonna save the money and just come back later. Fire red. Yeah, so if it turns out I can't do this level, I'll just go back to doing the story, and we'll come back to this later. I'll have the certificates of the 4 that I did beat as a reminder in my inventory to come back. Just like I've also got the one in the desert. But I'm gonna give using the buff items a try. I'll up my defense, we'll get up to the point that we're at the 4th skill. And then we'll use the one that ups attack a lot and see if we can chop him down.
Let's finish this quickly.
Ah, damn it. Of course, the lanterns don't transfer over here. That sucks. Where's the one that raises defense? Could have swore I had one that raises defense. Guess not. I only have one that lowers defense.
Is that the best you can do?
Yeah, this is not looking good.
that the best you can do?
Alright, so we're at our final. Let's start prepping. We have to heal first.
Is that the best you can do?
Lower his defense. Up our attack by a lot. Leave it in fire. Trinity Drive. And let's see how much we do. It's gonna be expensive, but I think I might actually be able to do this.
Is that the best you can do?
So far, I haven't noticed the attack up or the defense down wear off yet. Like, I haven't gone back to doing 0 damage on his shield points. This will either finish him off or get him real close.
It was over before it started. Well done, everyone.
I just had to use that age-old Shin Megami Tensei wisdom of use buffs, idiot. But it does, unless they just last a really long time, and I hadn't gotten to that yet, but it does start kind of seem like the buff and debuff items last the whole fight. Because without the defense down and the attack up on his when I was hitting his shield points, I was doing 0 damage. And it never got down to the point that I was doing 0 damage again. It went down a little bit here and there because the Celestial Chi was getting used up. That was it. This is another combo style. So we're definitely going to save. And now make our way back to headquarters. I have a feeling they're going to... At least I think I read something about the FAQ that... Because we were supposed to come out here for... Or somewhere in this area for the... Let me just read it. The road to Myrna. Road to Myrna, located north of Leicester. So we're somewhat coming back this direction. I think here I need to be careful. I think I did run past some of these. Yep. There it is. I'm gonna do it again. I don't think there's any more. I think these up here I actually had to fight. So I should be okay running. Now here, right before I left this one, I think I ran past one. Just one, I think. There. Couldn't get past him that time. Oh well, let's see if we can try out our new style.
Let's finish this quickly.
Oh, right. I have to change style.
Is that the best you can do? It was over before it started.
Yeah, there's not nearly enough lightning in this area to practice at it.
Wow! You're almost as good as me!
It was over before it started. Well done, everyone.
Maybe I can change that lantern that was over here. I don't know if I already did or not. Probably not a good idea anyway. I'm pretty sure I'd killed everything along this path already, except that one that I just fought. Hold on a second. My cat is requesting my assistance. Yeah, I don't know if they got picked up on the mic or not. It might not have, but he was meowing frantically at me because he was thirsty. Come on. Fix cameras. Back in the misguided days of PS1 and PS2, where they wanted all their 3D games to have their cinematic angles. let's finally head inside. It's been a while since we've been back, so I'm just double checking to see if anything's changed. If there's any different NPCs or anything. Looks like they're all the same. Yeah, that thing is still locked. I have no idea where the key is. Nothing new. Your mission to take Wreath for her treatment took longer than I had planned. Also, while you were away, a payment was sent from the General. But what was it for? I don't remember the mission. From now on, do not question any payment from the General. Why? What's going on? Actually, we're on a very important secret mission. It's so dangerous, in fact, we didn't want to involve you. Is it something you can't tell me? Let's see. Those who can't fight aren't considered a real part of the Tears of Blood. It's not anything like that, it's just... I'm sorry, Lehas. Don't worry about it, I understand. I never realized the Light of Salvation harbored such secrets. Yes, I knew you would be surprised. I didn't want you to get you or the Blastworms involved in such a dangerous task. I would take on the search for the Light of Salvation myself, but it would be impossible in my current condition. As of right now, the best course of action would be to leave this to you. The leaders of the Yasan tribes concur with this decision. Your Majesty, containing the Light of Salvation will cure the rumor. Yes. Excuse me, Your Majesty, but if the rumor is cured, the Yasan will try to regain their power. The Blastworms might suffer under their oppression. There is no time to worry about such things. When the Tree of Light is restored, your contribution will not be forgotten. I swear, no matter what happens, I will make sure that the Blastworms are not persecuted. I understand your apprehensiveness. You should know why I created the blast worms. There is no need to worry. Thank you, Your Majesty. Yeah, because apparently when they sealed up the tree, all the Yasan lost their, like, magical abilities, but the blast worms are, like, still able to absorb the power anyway or something. So they're, like, kind of like superpowered mutants. Callens, I heard that one of the 8 heroes, Joshua, was often seen traveling on Merc Road when he was older. Maybe if we go there and ask around, we can uncover more information about the Light of Salvation. That's a good idea. We should go everywhere the 8 heroes went. Who knows what we'll find? If I remember correctly, Merc Road is north of Leicester. I heard it used to pass through a village, but no one lives there anymore. Alright, let's go take a look. Can't hurt. First stop, Leicester. Is there a reason this load is taking so long? Is anybody ready to talk? Yeah, they are. Alright, let's look up red answers. The Light of Salvation really end this war? I don't know what it does, so I'm kind of worried. Alright, first answer. Azel increased. Second answer, Azel increased and Ionis increased. What do you want me to say? I think it's best for you to come up with your own answer. He's right. We'll find out what it can do soon enough. I wonder if Wreath has regained her memory yet. If so, will she be any different? First answer, Azel increased. Second answer, Azel decreased, Chris increased. I don't care about Chris. I can't even imagine. Yeah, I know. It'd be weird if she came back a totally different person. I hear there are Yasan who wish to live in peace with humans. Supposedly they've settled in Emon. Okay, first answer, Ionis decreased greatly, Chris decreased, Heron increased greatly. Second answer, Ionis increased, Heron decreased greatly, Chris increased, Maya increased. So no matter which answer I pick, someone's losing a lot of trust. That's not a bad idea. I agree. I hope that day comes soon. You crazy? Yasan and humans could never live together. I knew you'd say that. You won't be happy until every last one of them is dead. The Light of Salvation contains immense power, right? What would you do if you had that power? First answer, Heron increased, Azel decreased. Second answer, Ionis and Chris both increased. I'd end the war. That's the same thing I was thinking. But that means borrowing the power of the Light of Salvation. I don't know if that would solve our problems any. When it comes to war, there really is no right answer. Oh, and Heron's all the way back to 0 trust. I swore last time I got him up to like 1.5 hearts, and just with nothing happening, by the time we got to the next save point, he was down to half. Light of Salvation, huh? Soon we'll have our revenge. Okay, first answer. Heron decreased greatly, Azel and Ionis increased. Second answer, Heron increased, Chris increased, Ionis decreased. That's right, revenge will be ours. I've waited a long time for this. Trust me, it won't make you feel any better. Yes, revenge is not everything. We're looking for the Light of Salvation to end the war, too. I don't get it. If you have a grudge and get revenge, is a half-assed sense of justice that important? Okay, first answer, Heron increased. Second answer, Heron decreased greatly, but Azel increased. Revenge is a selfless action. Remember that. I gave up on justice the day Felicia died. Feels like we're in a foreign territory, doesn't it? First answer, Chris increased. Second answer, Chris increased. So either one. If you're going to back out, now's the time. What? If I wanted to quit, I would have done it a long time ago. First answer, Maya increased. Second answer, Maya and Ionis increased. Hey, what's going on here? Maybe Callens has learned how to communicate with Maya. Alright, so that's done. Yeah, I just decided I'm gonna look at the FAQ for those answers because there's so many of them that are misleading. And I don't know if that's intentional or just bad localization, but so many times it sounds like you're going with the character's personality, and then the actual conversation that comes from the choice just pisses them off. Or even worse, this happens all the time. You make one of them happy and you piss off like 2 or 3 other people. Like it's definitely a juggling act. Especially with Heron. Like there's so many other people that saying, especially, well, granted she's not in the party right now, but if you were like nice to Wreath in the slightest, Heron would get pissed off at you. Nah, H-A-R-E-N, not H-E-R-O-N. If he was a fish, you know, we'd get along great. We'd already have like a 12-step bro fist, complicated handshake going already. I do like his character though. I always tend to like the martial arts characters. He's got a lot of styles. He's got 3 styles compared to everybody else having probably 2. I wish he had a little bit more shield points, because he's got a lot of hit points but not a lot of shield points. So I guess he's about as tanky as the other guys. But I like his combat moves because he's a martial arts fighter, but yeah, he's just got such a hair trigger. So I need to head to Leicester, and then Myrna Road is north of there. Which, yeah, is basically the whole path that I took to go get that scroll from the dojo. So all of this should be clear up until I get there. I think there's maybe one monster on the Valley of Leicester that I skipped past both times. Oh yeah, there he is. That's the one that I skipped past both times. Oh, but I can't even begin to like say how much it's aggravating.
Everyone, follow me.
Fixed camera angles constantly changing all over the place when you're trying to run through a level or a town. Like, it's just aggravating. I'm so glad that's not a thing anymore. I think I overlooked it because didn't really know any better back during the PS1 and PS2 days when it was all over the place, but oh, it's like going back to it, it's so bad to just be running in one direction and then take 2 steps and the camera angle shifts to an opposite direction so they can be cinematic, and you have to adjust which direction you were going to figure out which way it is now with the new camera. Not to mention that the whole point they do it is they were trying to make everything look cinematic and everything, but then your character just ends up running like he's drunk off his ass every time the camera changes.
It was over before it started.
Now the lightning's used up now.
Ah, come on. You could do better than that.
Looks like I'm not getting lucky to learn the next move. But it does seem like every later style has a lower chance of learning the moves.
almost as good as me.
That all?
All too easy.
Wait a minute, am I seeing that right? The style only has 3 shield points? When I was fighting the guys at the dojo who were using this style, they all had like 5 shield points. Unless they get better as you, like, learn more moves from it. Kind of sucks. Every other one that you've gotten from a dojo, like, it's had the same shield points as the guys who were using it. You guys were cheating. Hey, you sir, would like to file a complaint. The members of your dojo that I was fighting should have only had 3 shield points. It's false advertising. What was the quest for this one? Or is this the one I already did? Because there was one town where I actually did the quest, and then I have another one that I haven't been able to finish up. Mostly because I need to be able to go back to that town to turn it in if I do have it. Wait, did I just get the power of friendship? Yep, power of friendship. It's official. I can beat the game now. Cures all ailments and restores HP by a little for all allies in range. It's 4 defense and 10 magic defense, but they lose 5 magic. Making a healer more durable is always good. So there's supposed to be a northern exit. out of here. Might be an east side though. Wait a minute. So 7. Still got the items from when I came here first time, so they're all too low level. Alright, so road to Myrna. It should be a new area, because last time I was here they wouldn't let me leave through this exit. Always so broken this game. Like, I'll barely have the money to be able to buy weapons, much less armor. It's not that easy to farm either, because once you've cleared out an area of enemies, they're just kind of gone. They usually don't come back until the story makes you go back that way.
Is that the best you can do?
You got the second move. This guy's pretty beefy. Let's try you instead. Second move is fire. This whole style is lightning, but it uses fire chi.
Is that the best you can do?
Wow! You're almost as good as me!
It was over before it started.
think we still have items to replenish fire chi. Just so I can have more chances to try to learn the next move. I've only got 2. But I can't learn the next move if I can't even pull this one off. Yeah, I fucked it up. I really fucked it up. This guy does make a pretty good punching bag for trying to learn styles, though. He's got a lot of HP. Of course, it would help if I could actually get a perfect ring. Well, I got it that time, but wasn't lucky enough.
It was over before it started. All too easy.
What type is this? Yeah, I need lightning. Save it. Technically, the one I'm working on right now is fire, so I would need more of that, but can't get to it without lightning. And I don't know how low the lightning will drop without it. There's only one move's worth of fire, though. Of course, if I change it to fire, then I immediately learn the next move, which will probably be lightning. I'll be locking myself into the same problem, where then I'm trying to learn the move after that, and I don't have enough lightning to pull it off consistently. Damn it, it switched my target again. I hate it when it does that. That other one should be dead, but it switched target to the new one that walked up.
It was over before it started.
Those do not heal very much anymore. I haven't seen a place where they're selling the next tier up. Damn it. Get some real healing. Because the items aren't cutting it.
Thanks.
And then her third tier should fill him up completely. There we go.
Thanks.
I'm ready.
Is that the best you can do?
It was over before it started.
Didn't learn. This is my last one, but it'll give us a 3, maybe 4 chances to learn it off of this guy, since he's pretty beefy. No luck. Got it. This area has a decent amount of lightning in it, so you don't have to worry about the chi in the area for learning this next one. Assuming it's lightning. It is. And the only question is, do I just need to learn 1 more or 2 more? Is this a 4 or 5 move style? Might as well heal up before I finish him off. Or screw up the ring, and probably this won't heal enough now, since I'm back to the first tier.
Thanks.
Let's move over here. Let's do 1 more to top her off.
Thanks.
I'm...
Follow my lead.
It was over before it started.
Well done, everyone.
Well, I'm at 3 moves for that new style. And the one that I need to perfect right now to learn the next one is lightning. There's plenty of lightning in the area. So that's not a big deal. Although I could go turn that second lantern right there into fire, and then I won't have to worry about either one.
Let's finish this quickly. It was over before it started. Is that the best you can do?
Keep it up.
Well, I'm hitting the perfects. He's just not learning it yet.
It was over before it started.
But we still got plenty of lightning, so more chances. Now it's starting to run well. Still no luck. Damn it, he's using it too. So I think we're gonna run into that situation where every time his turn's up, he's just gonna... There we go. Alright. This is a 5 move. Because that's the 4th, and it didn't say style mastered, so this one has 5 moves to it. Which means I'm gonna have to turn that lantern nearby in fire, so I have a chance at learning the last one.
It was over before it started. All too easy.
This is good though. I may have a chance to max out this style before I call it, which is in about 35 minutes. That reminds me, we still haven't tried out Heron's combo, but
Let's finish this quickly.
I haven't really studied it enough to be able to hit it. Because I mastered his 5-move style at the early part of the stream. Oh, wow. Yeah, we need to get rid of that.
Keep it up.
It was over before it started.
Fire ran out, and I haven't learned it yet. Might need to take a little bit to get to replenish. So let's get some heals. Diaz taking some punishment. Since fire hasn't replenished a little by then, I'll give Heron's combo a try. Never mind, it already has. Still gonna heal till he's back up to full though.
Thank you. I feel better already.
Oh wait, never mind. I can't do Heron's combo. He's not in the party. I took him out. Yeah, it's Maya and Ionis in the party right now.
Thanks.
Well, I'm trying to keep their levels. I'm trying to keep their levels even, and they don't gain experience when they're not in the party. Because as part of the story, they start splitting off into different groups. That much I remember. Because I remember specifically that I had a couple of characters that I ignored when they all split off into groups. They were just dead weight. Yeah, because in order to hit his combo, it would be circle X, circle, circle, X, X, circle, X, X, circle, X, circle. All going through a ring. Because it's a 5-move style. So all but the first move I would have to hit in one ring. So circle X, circle, circle, X, X, circle, X, X, circle, X, circle. So Circle X, circle, X, X, circle, X, X, circle, X, circle. Yeah, that one's gonna be hard. Joshua's Memoirs 2. After we sealed it, we were all relieved, but we were wrong. When Beirut said he was worried, we should have listened to him, but it was too late. After Arya had sealed the lightning shard, she was killed by mercenaries who hated the 8 heroes. But they were really Yason disguised as humans. After killing Beirut, they tried to steal the shard from his lover, Arya. We were lucky enough that they never got the lightning shard since it was already sealed. It's been 30 years now and a strange change took place. The area has been surrounded by heavy fog and dark clouds for the last year. It is now a place where the thunder echoes. The other areas have changed as well. Land that was once flat has turned into mountains after 30 years. In some places, volcanic eruptions have occurred. The power that the Light of Salvation possessed was beyond imagination. The individual shards have powers that release chi into their surrounding environments. They also have the power to project illusions, images of things that the owner desires. Some even had powers that could heal and cure diseases. The sudden change in climate was similar to a storm that comes from the chi after activating the Magna Carta. So there are rumors that someone did activate the Magna Carta, but it was better that way than have people know the truth. At the time, I was only in touch with Elaine, Renee, and Zekard. Yeja's whereabouts were unknown, but I heard he was taken by the Yason. Anthony said that the safest way to protect the Light of Salvation was to do it by himself and disappeared. I hear he is known to stop by the Great Temple sometimes. There is another truth we found out after 30 years. The tremendous amount of chi from the shards that were given to us started to eat away at our souls slowly. It's as if they acknowledged that we were their protectors. This power is what nightmares are made from, a power that is beyond humankind. The Light of Salvation has the power to affect the land in strange ways. That's why the climate changed in Mount Ride. We should gather as much information as the affected areas as soon as possible. Captain, Master Smith said a volcano formed a few years ago in the Yason area. That sounds a little suspicious. Volcano popping up out of nowhere? Could that be? Let's go back to headquarters and ask Master Smith. There's probably still a few more enemies here to try it out on. Because I've got this area tuned to what I need to try to get this style done, so I might as well see if I can get it done here. Two. Three. Alright, now I try for perfects to learn the last one. Although, not gonna lie, this is a pretty bad enemy combination with two of these guys.
Is that the best you can do?
Did learn.
Keep it up.
that the best you can do?
Style Master. Alright, so let's see what the 5th move looks like.
It was over before it started. It was over before it started.
That just looks like an execution. That's just a big electrical fuck you. Fortunately, since it only has one hit, it gets chopped in half if they have shield points. Give this a shot. Hey, I got it just off sight reading.
You're wide open. Thunder Blade. I can see your every move.
Gotta switch back to standard before he hits me.
Is that the best you can do?
I'm not gonna push my luck that I can do it twice.
Keep it up.
Oh, he's still alive?
It was over before it started.
Yeah, that last one hits hard,
Well
but if they
done,
have shield points, it just gets, like, it gets cut in half. At least with the higher hit count ones, the last few hits get full damage once they get over the shield points. You look like there should be a chest over here. Oh, yeah, it's over here. Okay, so that's the way to Nodia. I think I've killed everything here, so it should be okay to run back. Or not. I missed one, apparently. Fuck, I think they're gonna kill her. Okay, no. That That was close.
Don't do anything foolish.
Follow my lead.
Wow, what kind of range does that attack have?
Thanks. Follow my lead.
First things first, I gotta get a kill so I can reduce their turn speed.
It was over before it started.
That's a little better. Fuck.
Is that the best you can do?
Excuse me.
It was over before it started.
Now let's get some heals going. Almost missed that last one.
Thank you. I feel better already.
Actually, now that I think about it, these guys are probably weak to magic. That's probably why they take such little damage from physical. Since I don't actually have to learn anything with talents anymore. This might be the better option. Look, they can hit her in her own range.
sure.
The magic
Well done,
does seem to hit them slightly harder, though. But the fact that they can hit her from the range she can cast at is... like, she can't take their hits. That had better be the last one. I'm pretty sure I killed all the other ones. Actually, this guy isn't selling the... no, he's just selling... do I have enough for anything? No. Why am I so poor? I mean, I know why. I spent all my money getting that scroll for Callants, doing the dojo. But it's worth it. That's what I'm telling myself. Actually, do I have anything to sell? There we go. Well, it's not enough for armor for everybody, but it's enough for armor for all the guys that are on the front line. So, you knew about the Light of Salvation. How did you find out? The Light of Salvation comes under our control and the Tree of Light is restored. The Yasan will not yield. The ones who look down upon the blast forms will not relinquish their power so easily. Sure that the power of the Light of Salvation is just like our familiars. We don't need to get it back. Humans are searching for it too. The mercenaries. How foolish. They don't even know how to use it. He's giving them a lot of dots. It doesn't matter, as long as it doesn't fall into the hands of Amila. I think I'm supposed to head all the way back to headquarters now. Yeah. I still don't know what triggers enemy respawns. But so far, it seems like the only time they respawn is when you have to go back to an area for story reasons, or when you go back close, like, the areas around a town that you have to go back to for story reasons. The fields around that town will respawn, and they'll respawn with enemies that are closer to the level you're supposed to be around there. Other than that, it doesn't seem like they ever respawn. Like, you can't just enter an area, leave, come back, and like have them respawn to grind. Otherwise, I'd probably be doing that, not so much for XP, but for money. But if that's the case, then none of these monsters should be here anymore, because I killed them all before. If they even pop up again, then maybe it just takes a certain amount of time. But I haven't noticed it happen yet, unless you actually have to go back through that area. Oh wait, maybe they do. Or is this... Did I skip this guy last time I came through? I could have swore there was like one that I skipped, and then when I came back through here, I actually fought him. I may be wrong though, I may have skipped him again.
That won't work on me.
Oh, right. Ooh, this is gonna be bad. They have surprise, they've already taken a character out by paralyzing them. They're now probably going to kill them. It's gonna take forever for me to get my turn. Yeah, she's gonna die. I'm just gonna have to revive her.
I'm sorry, everyone. Thank you. I feel better
Get her
already.
out of there before they start playing whack-a-mole with her. I'm gonna kill this guy before he starts paralyzing people again. Damn, so close. Almost one-shot him.
Is that the best you can do?
Alright.
It was over before
So
it
we're
started.
in formation. The turns have been evened out a little bit more. The guy who can paralyze us is gone, so yeah, it's pretty much disaster averted. We're good now.
It was over before it started.
And now we have a huge advantage. Yeah, he'll be dead before he gets a turn. Even if that didn't kill him, I'd have another turn before he did.
Well done, everyone.
Okay, so if they actually did respawn, there'll be another one, like, halfway up past this turn. So let's see. So either I just kept skipping past, like sneaking past that one guy and thought that I killed him, or they've respawned. No, I think I just kept sneaking past that guy. Because right before this bridge, there should have been another enemy. Yeah, I just left him there and forgot about it. So just one more map, and then we're back at headquarters. Probably be where I call it, because we're at 5 minutes till quitting time. Don't think there'd be anything in the way. I hate that corner. The way the camera flips on that corner, I always end up just humping up against the turn. It's been 8 hours, Irby. That's all I'm scheduling myself for on Sunday. I start earlier and I end a little bit. I'd start way earlier and end a little bit earlier since it's 8 hours instead of 6 hours. Don't worry. Tomorrow and for the rest of the week, it's back to the normal 2 a.m. to 6 to 8 a.m. It's only Sundays where I do it different. And we'll be back to Mary Skelter Nightmares tomorrow. This game goes back on the shelf for another week. Yep. That is all of Magna Carta for today, which I didn't remember, like, one of the things, of course, that I forgotten about the story, there is, as with most JRPGs, a magical crystal hunt. In this case, it's the crystals for the 8 different types of chi that made up the Magna Carta that we're going to have to hunt down. We've already got one. We got the lightning one. We got it before we even knew what they were, but we just went to that library and found out about all 8 of them, and then read the memoirs and found out about how they changed the land and basically terraform it to their element. And now we get to go on a quest to grab them all up. As I said, most JRPGs, you gotta have a magical MacGuffin hunt. Yep. But anyway, Irby, Clash, Jensduck, thank you all for coming in and chatting with me today. Oh, Timo, I'm already calling it for the night. Thank you for the raid, but yeah, on Sunday I end earlier than usual. Normally I'd be here for another 2 hours, but on Sunday I start at 10 and end at 6 instead of 8. Thank you for the raid, though, but I'm basically just going to be passing them on to someone else. Thank you to anybody else who may have been lurking and watching. Tomorrow and for the rest of the week, up until Friday night, Saturday morning, be back to 2 a.m. to 8 a.m. as I said. That would be back to Mary Skelter Nightmares. This game is only on Sundays. I'll be continuing it next Sunday, 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. Sunday. So, let me see if I can find someone to raid. Which basically means that I'm just the Twitch equivalent of a VPN bouncing you guys back and forth that just got here. Alright. Let's see. You know what? It's a classic. Let's go ahead and just raid Kuroken. He's playing Final Fantasy Tactics right now. That's a classic that almost everybody loves. So, as per usual, let's go ahead and jump in, say hi. I hope to see you all next time, and until then.